I'd like to bring you to order the Lyon County Board of County Commissioners. Today is Thursday, July 2nd, 2026. It's 9:00 a.m. This Board of County Commissioners convene as other boards. Members of the Board of County Commissioners also serve as the Liquor Board, Central Lyon Vector Control District Board, Mason Valley Mosquito Abatement District Board, Walker River Weed Control District Board, Willow Creek General Improvement District Board, the Silver Springs General Improvement District Board, and during this meeting may convene as any of those boards as indicated on this or separately posted agenda. This meeting will break between 11:30 and 1:30 for lunch. All commissioners are present and in chambers. The invocation will be given by Travis Walker of Smith Valley Baptist Church, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Commissioner Casanelli. Please stand. Be online.
I didn't see him.
We'll go ahead with Commissioner Casanelli.
Join in flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic.
This brings us to our first public participation. Public participation, no action will be taken on any item until it is properly agendized. It is anticipated that public participation will be held at this time, though may be returned to at any time during the agenda. Citizens wishing to speak during public participation are asked to state their name for the record and will be limited to 3 minutes. The board will conduct public comment after discussion of each agenda item, but before the board takes any action. Do we have any public participation? Please step up to the podium. Please put your name so it's legible, because if we can't read it, you won't be in the minutes. And also, if you're online and if you raise your hand, please make sure your name is spelled out on your online, or else at least tell us how to spell your name when you come on. So if there's anybody else that has public participation, it's going to be a long day, so please get in line if you're gonna, so we know.
Robin Diggs, for the record, I'm a Yerington citizen. Agenda 18B, with the planning members being appointed, again, there is, it looks like they're meeting between two Silver Springs people. I'm not quite sure what's going on, but the fact that Yerington has not been represented here on.
Do you want to just hold those comments?
Thank you.
We're going to have that agenda item, so we can talk about it at that time.
I'll do that again. I would, no, this is wrong. This going through that we don't have a good representation.
Said, go ahead.
What's going on over in around the Pony Express and the area over by Fort Churchill is wrong. That they're putting a subdivision in at Heartbreak Hill. That's just so wrong. That is a dry lake bed. It's not the size of the one in the Black Rock Desert where Burning Man was held, but that is not appropriate to have housing in that area, and it's so close to Fort Churchill and the historical area. No one is looking at the significance of this, and all the data centers, everything that's going in, the power lines is hurting the wildlife. It's just wrong on so many levels, and we have no one from the Yerington area helping to slow this down. People are wanting to, even over in Dayton, are wanting to put housing on alluvial fans. You can't do that. That's a flash flooding. 4 homes to 1 acre. Who wants to live like that? there needs to be more representation in protecting the Comstock. And I think someone from Urington can help facilitate that over in Dayton too, because it's all connected. Thank you.
Is there any other public comment?
Phyllis Hiskett. Just want to put in an official request that we have a moratorium on the data centers until more research can be processed, because daily stuff is coming in of ramifications of data centers, which is why the whole country is starting to protest them. And I did submit comments in time, got acknowledged from the county person, and was not included in the packet, so I don't know if there's anybody else that's missing. Thank you.
Appreciate it if you talk about the stuff that's not on the agenda, because we will be going to the agenda items.
Well, my name's Tom Swoboden. I lived here for a long time, 20 years or better, in Silver Springs. And nobody should know what's going on here. I've lived here all my life. You know, playing this stuff. I had a stroke years ago. Okay, now I'm having to do this, talk what you're doing. You guys are doing this is wrong. You know, there's no water right now. There's no water in the river already. Right here, I'm over here. So how do you say this stuff like there's something now? There's nothing else. Everybody looks except you. Why didn't you look? Why didn't you look at me when I talk with you?
I'm listening.
No,
I'm reading the documents in front. I don't have
You
to.
look at me when I'm talking at you, please. This is
I'm
something
not your puppet.
important.
I'm not your puppet. I am listening. Thank you. I'm also reading the documents that you're referring to.
This is the kind of stuff that's important for a lot of people here. All the people here, they need to be everything here. Their lives are there important. So the same thing in Fallon. It's and all that stuff. It's important for the people. It's really, really sit down and realize this stuff is not right. Okay, it's not right. You need to stop, please. I'm done.
Did you write your name down?
Yeah, right.
Just spell it. Spell it verbally. How do you spell your name?
Okay.
Good morning, council members. My name is Dora Nash. I'm here today to ask for a formal moratorium, a temporary pause on all new data centers. Approvals in our community. We all know that technology is moving fast, but fast technology, meaning rushed decisions for our town. Right now, these massive facilities are being pushed through without enough thought about how they will impact us. First, let's look at the power grid. A single data center uses as much electricity as a small city. If we let them plug in now, our families could face rolling blackouts. We may also see our own utility bills skyrocket to just keep these massive servers running. Second, these buildings have endless thirst for water. They need millions of gallons of water just to keep from overheating. We are in a drought-prone region. We simply cannot afford to drain our water supply for a building with very few local jobs. Some companies promise to bring growth, economic growth, but at what cost? We risk trading our clean air, our precious water, and our peaceful neighborhoods for a few tax dollars. We need a timeout. We need a pause. We need a moratorium. Gives us time to study the true cost of our environment, our infrastructure, and our quality of life. We need to know exactly how much water and energy these centers will use. We need to hear from independent experts, not just the developers. We must protect our resources for the people who actually live and work here. Please vote to pause data center development. Give our community time. It needs to plan responsible for the future and time to breathe, because this stuff is moving fast. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name's Patricia Jubin. And I'm here to request a moratorium on all new data centers coming in. They threaten our local resources, strain the power grid, disrupt neighborhoods, creating a need for a pause. Development codes, zonings need to be updated, and it needs to be evaluated, the impact these data centers will have on Lyon County residents. Massive amounts of water is required, depending on the cooling system. If it's closed loop, they say it doesn't use a lot of water. However, it uses a lot of electricity, which uses a lot of water. Our electric rates will probably go up. And it's your duty as commissioners to protect the health, the safety, and general welfare of the communities you serve. There will be noise pollution, the cooling fans, excuse me, I'm not a good talker. And generators create industrial level noise. This is a valley. That noise is going to just spread throughout the whole valley. It's going to be horrible. So also the humming that you can't hear causes nervous system disruptions. The reliance on backup generators and fossil fuel will contribute to our pollution and work against Nevada's climate goals. The light pollution, we have dark sky policies. What's going to happen with that? It takes up hundreds of acres of land and very few jobs for what we're doing. That's after construction. The facilities disrupt rural land ecosystem and displace wildlife. I request a temporary halt on accepting new data center applications so the county can carefully review and update its land use code to implement sound assessment, setback requirements, impact studies of water usage, and impact assessment setback. I already said that. And impact on local and domestic and agricultural well and water supplies. So thank you very much.
Yep.
Rick Remke, my whole concern about all of this coming in, and this is, you have an active case on contamination. That your agencies, for 5 years, I've documented it. I have witnesses now that have been with the Nevada environmentalists. They admit the oil's there, it's been spilled. My thing is, for 5 years, I've asked all these agencies, you're moving through with all these new programs. Who, how, and when, if an accident happens, Nobody's done anything yet. 5 years. I've got the test. I've got everything. The agencies are not doing their job. I propose all of it shut down till you guys figure out how you're gonna protect the people, their property. I've got the test. It's way over all the standards. None of you have even told the people up there it's gone. The people are very upset now that they find out. The agencies haven't given them a letter saying this happened. I have the videos, I have the everything. So I propose, before you move any of this on with the mining, with any of it, you get this figured out before it isn't safe. If you guys aren't doing your job, we suffer, our businesses, our ground, our health. But you're still moving on. That's you. That's, it's not just you people. It is the whole system. There's documents of every name, every phone number, everybody I've called. And now they're going to test 5 years later. Well, I've got the test. Fix it. Fix it. It's your jobs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Leo Solari. I'm here to oppose any further projects being done in Lyon County. I'm going to the planning commission meetings and they're not legally putting in the proof of publication. With a bill like 2603, you have to notify the public. Public was notified, they're here. Planning commission, where you guys take what we talked about at the planning commission and adopt it or not. If we're not at the planning commission meetings, this is useless. I went before you the last meeting 2 weeks ago and asked that I looked in the newspaper and it shows a planning commission meeting and it showed the date of today's meeting for the board of commissioners. So no one was allowed to go to the planning commission in regards to these items that are on the agenda today. Can you look at that before we proceed any further and make sure the public is fairly being notified in the newspaper of these meetings? Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment in the room? Seeing none, we're going to go online. Is there any online? Seeing none, we're going to close public comment at this time. Okay, we're going to move on to number 5 on the agenda for possible action, review and adoption of the agenda. The board has it before them. Do we have a motion?
Move to approve the agenda as posted.
Second. We have a motion by Commissioner Hendrick, second by Commissioner Casanelli. Is there any public comment on the adoption of the agenda? Thank you. Bring it back to the board for a vote. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes 5-0. This brings us to time certain. We're going to go ahead and move to item 14, I think it is. 12. We're going to recess to convene as the Board of Health. So we're going to go ahead and take a couple minutes to get situated. Participation if you need it. The first thing there.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I am Dr. Robin Titus. I'm the chair of this board, and we'll call it the board to order. I believe we have all members present, including our good sheriff and all members of the county commissioners and myself. At this point, we will take public comment or public participation. If anybody has any comments.
Being nobody at the podium and nobody. Start with agenda item number 14A for presentation and possible action of the Behavioral Health Policy Board.
Good morning, Dr. Shayla Holmes, Director of Lyon County Human Services. For the record, I just want to take a moment to introduce Madeline Larson. She is our Northern Regional Behavioral Health Coordinator. Very excited to have her today to present to you what the board's bill draft request concept is at the moment and hear your guys' thoughts on that.
Good morning, Commissioners, Dr. Titus. It's so wonderful to be here today. I'm Maddie Larson, just like Dr. Holmes had mentioned. I'm the new Northern Regional Behavioral Health Coordinator. Really just want to give you guys a quick rundown on our one bill draft request that we get as the Northern Behavioral Health Policy Board. Dr. Holmes is our chair, as I'm sure you guys know, and then Senator Titus is our legislative appointee. So with the BDR that we had come to is to add clinical professional counselors and marriage and family therapists to be able to discharge mental health crisis holds in Nevada. Right now, we physicians, psychiatric nurse practitioners, medical doctors, psychiatrists, and licensed clinical social workers can discharge those holds. And sometimes when we get in the hospital and someone is on a mental health crisis hold, they're ready to be discharged in a safe way, but we don't have that provider type to be able to discharge quickly and readily. And what we really want to do is get people back home, get people back to their homeostasis, and get people back to healing after they get put on a mental health crisis hold. So being able to expand to utilize these different provider types who are able to get training and able to be ready and equipped to handle these mental health crisis holds in the hospital is what the board wants to look at within the Nevada revised statutes. That is in chapter 433A.145 through 197. If you guys are interested, I have a full rundown on what the actual legislation and changes within the NRS that we're looking to make. So within Lyon County too, we have one medical center here, and it's important that we can really utilize our healthcare workforce to the top of their scopes. We are in a mental health provider shortage area across the entire beautiful state of Nevada, and we are feeling that. So we have these great provider types who are trained in Nevada or coming from different places, and we really just want to be able to utilize them to the highest of their scopes. So with this, we understand that this is illuminating, but we need better support and better training from our different boards, and we want to work with them, and clearer data collection on mental health crisis holds too is what this is also illuminating. But we are early on in this process. The bill draft request submission is due by September 1st, and good policy is made by getting in communication with people and vested interests who want to have thoughts on this matter and bring us to consensus and figure out different opposition. And that's why I'm here today and just so excited to talk about all this stuff. We are in communication with all the boards, MFT, CPC, which is the Marriage and Family, Clinical Professional Counselors, Licensed Clinical Social Worker boards, as well as the Nevada Psychiatric Association, Department of Public and Behavioral Health, Department of Health and Human Services at the state level, the SNAMs and NAMs, which is our Southern and Nevada Adult Mental Health Services. In the state are crisis stabilization units, all the critical access hospitals too. We are in communication with Nevada Rural Hospital Partners. They have a big stake in this as well, which is really important. And then also UNR, UNLV, of course, all those things. But it's important that we have communication now, and I'm just so grateful for the opportunity to come to you guys and have communication about this. The other thing that the board is looking at potentially adopting, this is a very new thing, is to change the definition of what it means to be put, like the diagnoses for a mental health crisis hold, looking at dementia, as well as substance use conditions or substance use disorders. So we're not quite sure what that looks like yet. We're having a lot of conversations. We have a BDR subcommittee that's already met twice. We are going to be meeting as our main board next Thursday, and I would love to have conversation. If you guys have any thoughts on it, Sheriff Pope, I know you guys deal a lot with mental health crisis holds and transportation, which is a huge deal. So yeah, thank you guys so much. If you have any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Titus. Because in the materials, we didn't have a whole lot of information, but statistically speaking, what are we looking at as far as number of people held past where they should be, and the remedy is obviously what you're looking for, but I don't see any, what's actually the data says, so.
Great question, Commissioner. We don't know either because we don't have clear data on mental health crisis holds. Actually, in my scope of work as the coordinator, that's a part of developing that. Collecting that data is challenging and getting good, useful data, but we're working on it and we're putting in data requests and getting creative. So I can get back to you absolutely on that question. Thanks. Oh, do you have an answer?
Dr. Sheila Holmes, for the record, Maddie is correct. In that level of data is not currently being collected at intake or at discharge. So we can't actually even tell you, we can tell you the number being admitted and being discharged, but we can't tell you the level of clinician that's doing that discharge or signing off on that without going discharge by discharge in a hospital and looking at it. So that is absolutely a missing point. What we're running off of is the parity of the provider types.
I'll give you a we have in the past tried to collect that data because we were looking at patients in ERs that really needed to be transferred to an inpatient facility and there was no beds available. So one of the reasons this was even created was because they were staying for 24 hours, 48 hours, et cetera, holding up our ERs. And so that's why this particular behavioral health board came up with this, trying to get quick evaluation. Are they at risk? Somebody would be brought in mental health hold by a police officer, family member, EMS. I'm suicidal, but they might be intoxicated. But when they sober up, they say, whoa, I have no intention of doing that. But they're still sitting in our ER. So if we can have somebody evaluate them, make sure they're safe, and discharge them, it makes it more efficient and better for the patient themselves, and certainly not holding up that ER bed and taking time. We've asked for data for years on what does it even look like, and personal experience here in Yerington, I can tell you it happens more often than not. So critical need. And I just want to do a quick overview. Thank you for being here on what some of your members may not know of this board, what these behavioral health boards are. They were established 5 sessions ago in the legislature, recommending that the mental health needs in the state were pretty unique sometimes geographically. So we developed 5 separate behavioral health boards. Ours, the Northern Nevada one, has 5 different counties, Churchill, and then the classic 4 quad counties on it. So our board is fortunate. We have actually 2 Lyon County representatives with our chair, Dr. Holmes, and myself as the legislative appointee to that board. So looking at these issues in this mental health, we've actually been able to pass our bills in the past, which all the boards have not been able to. Our board has been very efficient, and just adjusting what that looks like, who can discharge folks safely, can truly change somebody's life. So thank you for that. Any other questions? With that, thank you. This is a potential action item, although I'm not sure what the intent of the action was, other than looking at support, or if there's anything else we needed to do here.
Nothing else needed unless you felt compelled to do so.
Okay. Board members, all right. With that, then we'll go on to 14B, which is the presentation only on the current projects awarded from the Rural Transformation Funding in Lyon County. And I think is
We do have Tony and Sarah for Southline Medical here, and then I'll do some verbal on the other applications. I just want to note right now, all of these are currently in negotiation for the first round of funding. So there's no solid award yet, but they have given intents to fund with that negotiation process. And I just wanted to keep you guys in the loop as far as what that dollars coming into our county looks like. And then as the other buckets of funding, if you remember, there was 4 buckets of rural health transformation dollars. They all released at different times. This is what we know about the first one. And then as we learn about who's being funded in the others, I'll bring them back to you so you can be aware. With that, Tony and Sarah's got her presentation. I think Martha's got it up.
Tony and Sarah, Administrator for Southline Medical Center for the board. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm very excited to bring you some good news. We are very excited. So the Rural transformation funds, that originated from the big beautiful bill that was in Washington past last summer. So one of the things in looking at this is we went ahead and looked at what's the most vulnerable areas that we have in our hospital. And the purpose, and if you want to, if we can move the slide, and I think it that's it. So the purpose is to replace 2 end-of-life hospital boiler systems. We want to protect and not interrupt healthcare, improve energy efficiency, because I'm sure when you see the age of our boilers, you'll be impressed and wish everything could last that long, and ensure continued compliance. Why this project matters. Critical infrastructure. The boiler system provides heat throughout the hospital. So from the hospital part, the 1953 construction, hot water for patient care, sterilization capabilities, laundry services, infection prevention, and environmental services. So without a functioning boiler, we really don't have a functioning hospital. So the current situation, our main hospital boiler, I'm proud to say, is our 1953 Fitzgibbons. It was actually placed, and the building that it is in now was built around it. It is a proud over 70 years old. Our backup boiler is younger at 67 years old and is our 1958 Ajax. So the challenges, obviously, they've lived far beyond expected service. We are to a place now where maintenance is getting more critical. Parts are a lot of times having to be engineered. So this isn't easy to fix. So the community impact, as the only critical access hospital serving Lyon County, and the primary healthcare provider for the surrounding communities, we're essential for emergency services. This would close if we had a failure. It definitely had the capability of closing the emergency operation. It's essential for inpatient, outpatient, and even for skilled nursing and diagnostics. So even though the boiler section is the main 1953 part of the construction, it would affect a lot of the hospital. And if it fails, obviously, we lose heat in the winter. We lose all of our hot water, the ability for sterilization, infection control, then being forced with evacuations, temporary closures, increased operational costs. But there's also always, whenever a older facility has any kind of temporary closure, it's very difficult to get that licensing back, because you can imagine we're built in 53. We don't meet any of today's construction standards. So a lot of things have been obviated. So the solution, this was one of the greatest areas of weakness that we recognized in our facility. So the proposed solution, our scope is the engineering assessment. We would need, as a public entity, the South Lyon County Hospital District is an elected body and a public entity. So we would go through the competitive public bid, removal of the existing boilers, installation of 2 modern control systems, testing, staff training, regulatory inspections. So the completion target of this is not until May of 27. The reason for the delay, according to architect engineers, is how long it takes you to get new boilers. So by the time you put the order in, it's going to be at least 4 months. So I get, you can't go down to Home Depot and just grab one, I guess. So accountability, obviously, the stewardship of the public funds, South Lyon Medical Center, the administration, and the leadership. The facilities management team, the hospital district has ultimate oversight. The procurement process again follows exactly public bidding laws. So once we have our architect engineer, we have the plans, and as Shayla mentioned, we are currently completing the negotiation phase. Then we will go into the bidding. And obviously, poor Josh Foley just needs one more thing to be fiscally over. So we do all of the documentation, and contracting goes through the district attorney's office, and all of finance goes through Josh. So we're very grateful to have his wisdom and knowledge. So goal 1, obviously, is reliable infrastructure. We want to replace those boilers. We want new boilers. Goal 2 is improved efficiency. You can imagine the cost it takes, just even in chemicals. when we're running the boilers in the winter, the chemical part of the boiler operation is over 10,000 a month. So not to have the new boiler systems don't use the chemicals. So we're excited to the new boilers and our Fitzgibbon truly looks like it belongs in a railroad museum. It's amazing. I think it's pretty amazing, but it's huge. And they actually placed it and built a building around it in the early 1950s. And so our building is large. The boiler room is about half the size of this room. The new boilers are about the size of a big refrigerator freezer. So maintenance thinks they're gonna put in a, like an exercise area or something. Next, please. Sustainability, obviously expected outcomes, lower utility cost, reduced emergency repairs, improved reliability, extended equipment life, better stewardship, protection of healthcare access for the rural residents. I would be excited if the new boilers would last 70 years. I don't know that would come to fruition, but I can be hopeful. So the timeline, 2026, engineering design, permits, the public bidding, the contractor selecting. 27, we're hoping that we'll have the boiler procurement. Because we will have to run those boilers again this winter. We will not be able to actually, once we get the boilers, until we shut the boilers down, we won't be able to actually do the conversion. So we were hoping to get them in before this winter, but it doesn't look like that. That's going to be the facts. So it'll probably be when we shut down the boilers, probably next February. So we have the magic of the Rural Health Transformation Funds. So it's not a secret, it's a federal initiative. Nevada received 180 million for the first year of the program. Go ahead next. There's 4 different pots, as Shayla had mentioned. So this project is being funded through the Flex Fund. That fund was critical infrastructure needs, facility improvements, and medical equipment. We have the ROPE, what they call the Rural Health Outcomes Accelerator Program. So that's to look at chronic disease management, primary care expansion, and behavioral health. We have the RIT, which is telehealth, cybersecurity, health information, and then we have the workforce recruitment and rural access program. So trying to recognize that we have a shortage of healthcare leaders here. So looking at how to recruit and retain all the providers we have here. So why the boiler fix? Obviously, if you're looking at the boiler replacement, it aligns directly with the Flex, because it's going to protect access, it's going to prevent disruption, supports infection prevention, replaces infrastructure that has probably exceeded its life by decades, improves efficiency, and it reduces operational risk to a critical access hospital. So thankfully, the way the fund guidelines were written, this project does fall within them. And they had, I don't even in how many applications they got for some pretty strange things. So we're very grateful for this opportunity. So we are asking for $1,522,000. May 21, the application was completed for the Flex. On May 27th, they asked for additional clarification. On May 29th, I received the notice of intent to award. June 26th, the negotiation submission, and our next steps now are CMS approval. So the state gets together everything, and then they have to send it federally, and then the project will get hopefully funded and approved that way. So that is some good news, and we're excited. And if I have questions, if not, we're glad for the opportunity.
Thank you for that. Questions, board?
If anyone wants to see the boilers, you can.
We do have some questions. Don't walk away.
I thank you for the update. It was interesting, and I'm sure that the warranty was up last year.
Is that the extent of your question? Okay, so thank you very much for that. It is indeed, I've been very active in this Rural Transformation Act and the funds, and it definitely aligned with what was going to be awarded. So there's strict timelines on also spending the money, and so making sure that this project, so the state has we've already been awarded the $180 million. If the state has said, yes, this falls in line, yes, they have the intent to award. We just have to have the clarification from the federal level that it meets their guideline. I certainly don't see any bumps on that. I have a good relationship with our regional director of CNS here for Nevada and the West Coast. Can you make sure these funds are spent? Because that's one of the critical things.
Yes. And we are definitely working with the Federal Hospital Partners and our committee with Jason Blake, the Nevada Health Authority Director, to ensure that our timelines will fit. So yes, understanding that the boilers would not be able to be replaced till the end of where we can shut them off. We will make sure that it meets the timeline.
And just for to the point that I'm trying to make is that was one of the critical things with the monies being awarded. They need to make sure that they could be spent, and we didn't leave anything on the table. So thank you very much. No, go ahead. I'm sorry, one more question.
Yeah, thanks. So great presentation, and just curious, the 15% efficiency that you're expecting to gain, what was that estimate based on? Because I would suspect it would be at least double that.
We are optimistic that it will be double that, but because we are only replacing the boilers, we are not replacing the entire system. We do see that there will be challenges with those old radiator systems. We would need to do a lot of renovation to the old hospital. So that's where we're anticipating if there would be any shortage of efficiency in those.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, very much. And should you ever need behavioral health statistics in a redacted way, I would always be happy to provide those.
Great, thank you.
Legals.
Okay. No other questions? We'll move on to we should have a presentation by Silver Springs Stagecoach Hospital.
You are correct. So I'm gonna share on behalf of Silver Springs Stagecoach Hospital District. That is a fabulous board and a team of one, Office Assistant Vanessa Stewart, who is here in the audience. And I just wanted to share quickly with what we're working on with them. I've been participating and helping that district with their grant application to help make sure that it is in line with all the things that you've mentioned, Dr. Titus, and getting them to where they want to be. So that group of facilities is pretty old at this point in time. And what we're really looking to do with their application, of which is in negotiation, so intent to award, is get their parking lot repaved and expanded so it can become a mobile health hub. We've heard a lot of presentations and we have a lot of mobile health vans coming out into our area, and they're struggling to find a location to park and consistently. So part of the feedback we're getting from the community is if they were parked somewhere regularly and on a consistent schedule, they'd probably get utilized more. So Silver Springs Stagecoach Hospital District is hoping to fulfill that need by getting their parking lot redone and expanded. They're also looking to do some upgrades to some windows and upgrade some of those buildings, as Rural Nevada Counseling is looking to vacate into their brand new beautiful building. You guys heard about it, the last Board of Health. They're also still in Silver Springs, but there's going to be a couple buildings open, and we want to attract new providers. So there's 2 providers that we're hoping to attract into that facility, one being an FQHC, a federally qualified healthcare center that we've been speaking with. No commitment at this point in time, but if we are able to upgrade that facility, we'd hopefully be able to get them operable in there. And then the other component is trying to get dialysis in Silver Springs. Lyon County lacks a dialysis center, and we bus many folks out, and we can't bus everyone out. That's generally 3 days a week. Not everybody's a great candidate for mobile dialysis. And we continue to see an uptick of individuals needing dialysis each year. So right now we know that there's at least 75 Lyon County residents that are traveling out for dialysis, either to Fallon or to Reno or to Carson City. And that is enough to give them something local that would keep them closer to home, because that's a really tough treatment to have to undergo. So we have been in talks with the dialysis treatment organization, and there's funding within this project to hopefully get one of those facilities there at the hospital district set up and operable as a dialysis clinic, as well as creating one of those spaces as a hub for telemedicine. So creating spaces where individuals can come access quality Wi-Fi, have access to the different fancy machines that can do the blood pressure and the heart rate monitoring and all of that while connecting with a doctor telephonically or virtually. And so the rest of the funding that's in that application right now is to create a telehealth hub space in there as well. So that is where we're currently negotiating for the Silver Spring Stagecoach Hospital District. I can take any questions on that before I move into what Healthy Communities Coalition is doing.
Any questions? I would just comment, and thank you for that, making sure that when they do that, infrastructure's there to power hook up some of these mobile units need to be able to plug into things, especially as they're doing some testing, and especially these new modular healthcare units, critical.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's definitely a part of the thought process there, because we're just struggling to make some of these innovations work in Silver Springs and in some of our really rural areas. So Healthy Communities Coalition, Wendy Madsen really wanted to be here today. Unfortunately, her and their deputy director, Noel Chaudnet, is unavailable. They're out of state at a conference. That's the way it always works. So Healthy Communities Coalition under the Flex funding is in negotiations on mobile dental van. So they've been really successful since 2017 on doing mobile dental procedures, and they've served, I want to say their application said over 1,000 youth, and they're able to do basic stuff like cleaning and sealants. What they're looking to do with this dedicated new mobile van, and they already have a dedicated doctor or a dentist that's doing this work, is for them to be able to do more of the procedures. So if we need cavities, if we need fillings, if we need caps, anything like that. So they needed an expanded, new and enhanced mobile van to be able to expand what they're able to offer to these youth, continue the same routes that they're doing, increase potentially the services provided, but with a bigger van, better equipped, they're able to do more than just cleanings and sealants.
Very good, thank you. Any questions?
The only other thing I'd add on the Rural Health Transformation Funds, I am blessed to be on that steering committee, and this is the first round of funding that they've offered any public, here's who we're looking to fund and here's the dollar amounts. They did have, I want to say 30 million over the amount available in requests. And I'm really excited to see that everyone they're in negotiations with is a local Nevada hospital or longstanding provider. So thus far, the state seems to be really fulfilling that Nevada first funding thought process.
Very good. We do have a question.
I don't have a question. I have a comment. I want to commend everybody that's been part of this process, because it's a great opportunity for all rural counties. It's not Clark County and it's not Washoe. It's the rural counties, and we're not prepared to get this influx of money, and it's stressful to get everything done and on time. So I commend everybody that's doing it and getting the job done for Lyon County. So thank you.
All right, seeing no further questions here, we'll close 14B and go to 14C. Presentation only of the continuing funds.
Okay, Dr. Shayla Holmes, Director, Lyon County Human Services. For the record, I just wanted to take a couple minutes to share with you guys what the continuum of care is and what its current status or needs and concerns are. Next slide, please. So what is the continuum of care? It is a mandated collaborative. I want to say started around the 70s, where the federal government was pushing out a lot of housing dollars and overlapping areas, not serving the full US, and we're really struggling to make sure that they had a single point of contact and really dispersing funds evenly across the US for housing purposes. So it's one of the first mandated collaboratives we saw come out of the federal government. And what that is they created continuums of care. So it's a single point of contact where funding requests for housing have to go through this continuum of care. And you have to participate in this continuum of care to be eligible for any of those housing dollars to come into your agency or location. So example, Lyon County Human Services is a recipient of emergency shelter grant dollars. We use those funds to be able to help prevent eviction or help homeless individuals get housed. We can't draw down those dollars. We're not eligible if we're not a member of this continuum of care. So the way that the state of Nevada is built, we've got the northern continuum of care, which is essentially Washoe County. We've got the southern continuum of care, which is Clark County. And then you have the rural 15. It's the way everything works, right? The bummer part about that, which if you'll go, I think to the next slide is where I've got it on here, is the staffing structure and administration of the COC. It's federal grants, it's federal grant management, and HUD is not the easiest one to engage with. It's a lot of technical applications and management of making sure you're hitting all of the requirements to continue to be eligible. So the Southern COC rests within Clark County. It's a Clark County full-time equivalent staff member. They're employed by the county. They receive 990,000. Makes sense. They've got a huge population, right? So 990,000 is just for the planning grant. The planning grant is what's supposed to cover the administration and figuring out who should be awarded these dollars and dispersing it and making sure the full geographic area is covered. So Clark gets 990,000. The Northern COC, which is Washoe County, they have a dedicated Washoe County staff member to that. They're a county employee. They get 152,000 just for their planning grant. So they can use that towards that employee. They can use that towards the cost to have to manage it, all of those things. The rural Nevada continuum of care, 15 counties. We can't have one county have that rest within them because the planning grant is $56,000. That's not enough for an FTE. That's not enough for a lot of anything. So historically, we've been contracting out as the rural COC to another organization to do the planning grant process. For years, that was SEI, Social Entrepreneurs Incorporated. Several years ago, they said this is too much for us to continue to do for this dollar amount, and they backed out. Since then, the continuum of care has been bouncing around from contractor to contractor, trying to find some stability without losing these federal dollars that are coming into the rural 15 counties. So I just wanted to put that on your guys' radar that as of this moment, I think it's on the next slide. I've been working with Amy Hines Sutherland at NACO. I believe this is a BDR request. She's going to be putting through that board and see if they're willing to float it. So it hasn't been discussed yet. It hasn't been voted on yet, but it is to ask the state of Nevada to allocate funds to balance out the rural COC, to make it a Nevada Housing Division employee, to mandate that through law, to ensure that the rural COC can continue to survive and make sure that these funds continue to support rural Nevadans in need of housing support. So I just wanted to put that on your guys' radar, give you guys the full breadth of the situation and make sure that you guys are aware of that coming forward, hopefully as a successful BDR in the next legislative session through NACO. That's my hope, but I don't know.
Thank you. Any questions? Let's hope we see something. Thank you. With that, we'll move on to 14D for presentation and possible action adoption of the 2026 Lyon County Behavioral Health Plan and Opioid Use and Misuse Community Needs Assessment. Better than letting.
Again, Dr. Shayla Holmes, Director, Lyon County Human Services. For the record, I have to apologize for not getting these documents out to you ahead of time. They are out on the table for public consumption. They will be online soon, shortly, hopefully after today. These were not anticipated to be ready before this meeting, but we had to push this meeting back. If you guys remember, we were originally going to be meeting in June. Here we are in July. And so I thought I would get them on here and get them in front of you guys prior to our next meeting, which is going to be sometime in October or November. We'll talk about that in a minute. But here we are. I think, oh, Martha, you are so good. Thank you. The first one I wanted to talk to you guys about is the behavioral health plan. So we contracted with Jessica Abras. You guys might remember her as Jessica Flood several years ago. For many years, she was our Northern Regional Behavioral Health Coordinator. Really influential with us as a county and as a region. Back in 2014, she was that coordinator. She was a part of bringing SAMHSA Gains out with my predecessor, Edry Lavoie, and the Stepping Up Initiative. And I'm happy to come back and do a bigger presentation to you guys if you're interested on all of the things that happened there historically, the sequential intercept mapping, and how we were able, through all of that work, to create our mobile outreach safety team. You guys are going to hear a couple agenda requests later on some grants for that, because we're looking to be able to solidify and expand that a smidge. The forensic assessment services triage team that's working on recidivism in the jail, CIT, crisis intervention training, and our behavioral health task force and executive committee was born out of that work. And what's critical about that and what's led us to this 2026 behavioral health plan is that task force was really engaged. We had community partners. None of this work happens in a silo. It happens because the community and the organizations, the nonprofits, the government, the sheriff's office, everybody coming together, working towards a common goal. And when we had this big gap, because prior to that, SAMHSA gains center sequential intercept mapping and all of those components that came after, we had two options. You go to the hospital if you're actively suicidal, or you go to jail. Those were our options. We were overloading our jail, we were overloading our sheriff's department. And so really working to build the gap there of how do we help folks experiencing behavioral health crisis and having behavioral health issues that are leading to jail or hospital, and how can we stabilize them at home? We have all of these services, we have amazing providers. How do we get them connected to the people who really need it? And so that's what these programs were built to do. Big need, lots of people behind it working to fill those gaps. So here we are, what is that, 12 years later, we've filled a lot of those gaps. And now that task force was really struggling, particularly post-COVID, to find clear direction. Now what we're looking to fill is not this big need, and we still have needs, but trying to get all of these folks wrangled and working in the same direction so that way we can start honing in on the remainder of the pieces that need to be worked on. So we were seeing a lack of participation in the task force or inconsistent participation. So we were struggling to push any one thing forward. So what we did is we contracted with Jessica Abras, and she put together this really beautiful summit. Many of you were there in March of 2026, where we brought together a room full, and I think this might be on the next slide, Martha. I don't know. I'm really good at talking and not paying attention to my own slides. So here at this summit, we had 56 participants, 23 organizations were represented. We examined 6 topic areas that was on the previous slide. Crisis, youth, seniors, opioid misuse, particularly, we'll talk about that in a minute because that's required through a separate requirement. And then we did a post survey, and at that event, we also did some democracy voting. And so that was the first phase, was getting that summit together, getting those panels there, getting the experts in the county to talk and share about what they're seeing and what the issues are. Everybody in the room engaging in those conversations. It was participatory, and then voting on what the issues were that were identified throughout the day. Phase 2 was the validation survey. And then if you want to go to the next slide, what we found across all of the 6 topics we talked about was there's a massive workforce shortage. We don't have the right initials across the board to do the majority of the things we want to do. Transportation, that's not new to Lyon County in any way, shape, or form. We don't have enough of it, and we really struggle. Fragmented systems, there's lots of gaps, and we are doing a lot of stuff in silos. Funding gaps, not enough money coming in, but rural health transformation, hopefully we'll give an influx to that, but how we're going to continue, it's important. Navigation and stigma, and social isolation. So on the next slide, you're going to see the top rated priority by area. So in the crisis response topic area, it's the post-discharge wraparound and case management. So after somebody has experienced a crisis, potentially ended up in jail and or the hospital, hopefully the hospital first, what we do to help them come back home. That is our biggest need there in the crisis response. We've gotten good at responding. Now we're not doing good at what we do after we've responded. Treatment. Development of the behavioral health workforce pipeline. That's the biggest opportunity in the treatment realm. We've got great treatment providers, but they're struggling to keep the staffing and get the right staffing to keep up with the level of need. The opioid specific needs, which we'll talk about more, but that's the discharge and follow-up for substance misuse, similar to crisis response. Youth behavioral health is parent awareness via child activity organizations. It's really getting the parents involved. We hear from our youth in the youth behavioral health survey. We see their needs while they're in school, but to make real honest change there, we've got to get parent engagement. Senior behavioral health, in-home social supports. That's where we're struggling the most. And prevention, we really want to maximize community health workers and peer support. We have them present, but how do we utilize them more and better? So on the next slide, you're going to see what happens next. So our goal, everybody there that did that survey was willing and wanting to engage in specific work groups. The bigger task force that we had previously, and this is really one of the bigger outcomes we wanted to come out of this plan, was, do you still want to participate in a task force? It worked for 12 years and we had drop-offs. So how are we going to make movement on these things? Human services can't do it alone. The sheriff's department can't do it alone. It's going to take the full community and breadth of providers to do it. 60% responded and said, we want to work on specific work groups. I only want to show up for the thing that matters to me. We're all so busy. We got no time. I want to show up to the topics that I can influence. So we're going to start working on building out those work groups. We already had one meet, which is the opioid misuse, to help inform the opioid misuse plan. 47 to 60% were interested in participating in community outreach activities. That's great on a few different levels. And then another 60% said we would like to show up to task force meetings, but we want that to be progress updates. We don't want to do the work there. I want to show up. I want each work group to tell me what they're doing, tell me what they need from me, and be done. We don't want to do these big, massive task force things that we used to do in the past. So that's what's going to happen next. We're going to figure out lead agencies on those work groups. We're going to get buy-in and start getting them going. We'll talk about the opioid needs assessment here in a second. And then those work groups are going to continue to inform and push forward some of these issues that you guys have seen as far as top priorities, but giving them this data, bringing them together to get commitment, and having this plan that everyone in the county working in this field can work towards, will hopefully see more specific progress going forward. So I think that's it on the behavioral health plan. So before I shift into the opioid use and misuse community needs assessment, I open for questions or comments.
Questions?
I have a question. I haven't gone through this yet. I just got it. So it might be in there. But do you, I see that you're moving forward with the plan, but have you, something that's important to me is to know what the obstacles or constraints that you have that you're up against. And is that identified in the plan? Or at least I would like to get that. I know I talk to you on a monthly basis, but the whole board should be talking at that same direction so that we know when we're talking to legislators or federal policy so that we can, help out. So the discussion's out there.
Absolutely. I really appreciate that. And I appreciate all of your guys' support. We are blessed in Lyon County to have a very supportive and active board. We don't have those specifics in this plan. This plan was identifying what the issues are and what is the structure that everyone can commit to moving forward. Each of those work groups need to get together and start working on what are the specific things we need. We know generally speaking, we lack funding. We know generally speaking, we lack workforce. That's not helpful. What we need are specific action items that we think will help get us to the next step. So as those work groups start to meet, we'll keep you guys informed. We'll keep coming back and giving you guys updates. And at that point in time, we should start seeing some specific recommendations of what's needed.
And my big thing is so we're always talking with the same voice, same direction, so that we're not jumping back and forth. And there might be some stuff in here that all agencies might be working against. And so at the legislative or federal, we might be able to help or at least start talking about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Question, Commissioner?
Yeah, thank you. Although in the key findings, Lyon County lacks a full continuum of care for substance use disorders with no level 4 services available locally.
Mm-hmm.
Is that an area where we could, I don't, what is a level 4?
I believe level 4 is inpatient treatment. So if you need inpatient substance misuse treatment, you're going out of county. We do have mobile detox, but we don't have anywhere. If you need to check in for 21 to 28 days, you're going out of county for that. So is that something we could use in county? Yeah. And can we get a local provider built up enough to work in that direction? Hopefully.
Well, I guess if I don't know how many individuals in Lyon County we have, we're probably a level 4 may be something that we have to use a bigger population with. So I was just curious if, is a fact we have no level 4, now that I know what your description of a level 4 is. Well, if we only, I don't, the number of people that may need level 4 may not justify a full-on program or whatever. So then would transportation be the issue, or would it be?
Yes, for many people, transportation to and from. So one example would be as folks are discharging, I don't think that's the appropriate term for our jail. I use hospital terms and apply them to our jail. So people are exiting the jail, being released. We're doing assessments while they're in there to identify if substance misuse is potentially a cause of their reason for being in jail. If they assess at a high enough level using a certified drug and alcohol counselor, and they say they really need in treatment, substance misuse treatment, inpatient substance misuse treatment, figuring out how to transport them on release from the jail to one of those facilities, one a bed is open, is a major reason why folks are unsuccessful, because they get released from jail. They can't keep them there any longer than what they're mandated to by law. So if they get released by a judge and their bed's not open yet, they're going right back to the same environment. So we do see a delay in being able to get folks into treatment. Do I have that specific number? I don't. Are we able to get it? Yes. But we do see a delay in getting folks into treatment when they need that bed versus when that bed's actually available, and then figuring out how to get them there, depending on where they're coming from, is a whole nother hurdle.
I just to follow up on Commissioner Jacobson's question there. Some of it is court mandated, some of it's working through the jail, some of it is volunteer, that trying to just find a bed that when people recognize that they have a problem.
Correct.
Right? And since we don't have anything here, we're competing with people that are in Washoe or in Carson, right?
Washoe, Carson, Churchill also has an inpatient facility, but yes, it's our surrounding areas.
So the need for this more toward something in Lyon County, just so that we can take care of our citizens. So I'll follow up with you on some of that, but to me, that's kind of important.
And the timely component, right? Because if the bed's not available when you're ready for change, your chances of relapse and having to go through that whole system again is high.
Well, I know, like if you go as a volunteer to Reno and you try to get into one of those, you could go months. And so basically, when you finally hit bottom and say, I got to do something to save my family, whatever, you've missed the time, because you're still not getting treatment during that time. So pretty important.
Any additional questions? If not, I thank you.
We're going to roll into the opioid misuse needs assessment. This one is really important because this one is directly tied to our ability to draw down state funds for Resilient Nevada. So this is the opioid settlement dollars. Lyon County has its own opioid settlement dollars because of that One Nevada agreement. And those funds are not tied to this report, although it would be great if we're always working in the same direction. But you are unable to apply or draw down state account for Resilient Nevada funds without having opioid misuse needs assessment. We were one of the first out of the gate 3 or 4 years ago to get ours up. We are also for a very long time the only county receiving state funds because of our ability to get this plan put together and execute it. So here we are. This is our officially second opioid misuse needs assessment that I'm presenting to you guys today. I'm hopeful that you guys could vote to approve it, but I do recognize that I gave you the full document about 5 minutes ago. So if we need to bring this back onto the next Board of Health agenda, happy to do it. But here's what we did on this one. There's 3 engagement methods. Again, we contracted with Jessica Abras to help with this. It is a big undertaking. It is a lot of data and a lot of synthesis and producing this report. So we are grateful and appreciative of her. I also think she's online today. So if anybody had any questions for her on any of those components or technical aspects, I think she's on there and able to engage. So with this, we had the behavioral health summit that we just talked about. There was a focus area on opioid misuse. We also had an opioid response working group. So we identified working groups out of that summit. We were able to get one of those working groups started, which was this one, ASAP, to help inform this specific needs assessment. And then also there was a community focus group. The state is also working on the statewide community needs assessment, and they were really great at working with Jessica at sharing Lyon County specific data. So she was able to get all of that and summarize that within this report. So the first section, I believe, is the data and what all of those points are leading us towards. On the next slide, you're going to see some key indicators. This isn't all of them. With this opioid settlement, you know, it's almost like when we were talking about the BDR with Maddie in our first agenda item, and you're like, do we have data on that? We're like, we don't. When we focus on something, we start interlacing how we collect these data points, and now we have the data. The amount of data collected on opioid misuse now is so broad. There's a lot of different data points within that document, and in the state document, it's even more crazy. So the first one to look at is opioid emergency room visits per 100,000 was at 26.6. So that's down. That's the important thing to know. It's down 48% with a peak in 2023. There's also a decline in opioid inpatient admissions since 2019. This is one of Nevada's largest declines. Huge improvement there. We're not having folks going to the hospital because they're overdosing. That's great. 26 opioid related deaths between 2021 and 2023. We have the lowest rate. The part that we're still struggling with here is the opioid prescriptions per 100 residents. It's 36% above the state average. So we're still seeing a significant increase in opioid prescriptions. The other thing that we're hearing, mainly through the data collected through our sheriff's department, we're always grateful for everything that they're able to engage with and provide to us, is most of the drugs that they're confiscating, they're finding fentanyl within. Fentanyl is being interlaced and included in almost everything now. So the opioid misuse problem is really hard to say we need to address opioid use, because the behavior that goes towards an opioid addict versus the behavior that goes towards a methamphetamines addict looks very different. The treatment looks very different. How we engage with them is very different. And yet opioids are in everything now. So it's really added a level of complexity to how we go about addressing this issue, and really how are we going to start targeting what we do and what comes out of it. Next slide, please. The other big component is the youth opioid risk is rising. So non-medical prescription pain use is at 19.4%. It's highest in 8 years and 70% above the national rate. So our youth are seeking drugs or prescription drugs for non-pain use. 30.5% perceived access to prescription, pain medicine. That's up 21% since 2021. And 31% of our high schoolers reported 4+ adverse childhood experiences. I know some of you guys have been with me for a long time, and I've talked to you guys a lot about ACEs, those adverse childhood experiences. Those are an indicator for future drug use and substance misuse issues. So as you see the number of those rise, we can predict pretty well that that population is going to have a mental health or substance misuse issue in their future. So we're having a bigger gap in how what we're doing for our youth here. That's really what these numbers are telling us. Next slide, please. So priorities for our opioid abatement funds, and this came from the community focus groups and the behavioral health summit. Discharge and follow-up for substance misuse. That's when you're leaving the hospital or leaving the jail. We've got to do better at, if we've had contact with you, that was our chance. So now we've got to do better on what we do after that contact. The jail reentry follow-up is included in that. The medium priorities, reduce reliance on law enforcement and community resource connection. And then the lower priorities, where folks were like, yeah, we care about this, but this really isn't where we want to focus first, is reframing public concepts and education on substance misuse and recovery-friendly workplace initiatives. So how do we get through to the employers, to their staff that way, and allow people to maintain employment while they're seeking substance misuse treatment or anything along those lines? Next slide, please. So the path forward, We want to make sure that anything that we're doing with our opioid misuse or our opioid settlement dollars or any drawdowns from the account for resilient Nevada within the state are really focusing on that discharge, follow-up and jail reentry. That's our highest risk points. The next component really high is we've got to invest in our youth. We've got to figure out how we start addressing those issues earlier on to prevent this as they get older. And then we want to continue to sustain the collaborations we've built. I think I've nailed that nail in just a few too many times. I'm just going to say it again. We've been doing it for 12 years and we're going to continue to build on what we've already built through MOST and FAST and CIT. And this summit was a way to do that. And we're going to continue to push it forward.
Can we go back one slide? Can you say that again about someone working, the employer?
Yeah, so that's known as the Recovery Friendly Workplace Initiative. So it is a big push in some sectors to engage the private employers to have substance misuse education and workforce friendly reentry. So if somebody can maintain their job while they're getting substance misuse, because a lot of times that's why folks are afraid to get help, right? I have a job, I'm doing okay, I'm paying my bills, I'm struggling because I'm utilizing substances every night in a terrible way. It's causing other issues for me, but I'm still hanging on to this job, so something's going right. Frequently, people will not go into treatment or seek help out of fear and stigma that they're going to lose their job. And while there is a lot of protections and things in place for folks to get that treatment and still have their job waiting for them, a lot of times it needs to come from the employer. And so there is a big push for recovery friendly workplaces to allow people to come back into the workplace knowing that they had a substance misuse issue, and how can we support them in maintaining their job and employment while they're working through that treatment process. It's controversial, I know, which is why it's low priority.
I agree. If I'm an employer, it's tough to take on that liability too. So I don't know. I can't keep my mouth shut sometimes.
Very good. It's low priority. It was voted 2.5 out of 5 when we were looking at the democracy and then the survey. And that's because it is a controversial topic. It is not one that we're going to prioritize and where we're going to be looking to spend our local dollars.
Any additional questions? Go ahead.
So this is the 2026 report.
Correct.
And how often do you do these reports every year?
Every 4 years.
Okay, so this is replacing
2021 or 22. Yeah.
So it's substantially different than.
It's fairly different. We've made a lot of progress. So the difference here is the data sets that are available, and really that heightened youth need is really what we're seeing the difference between our 21-22 report and this one.
The reason why I was asking is because if this is going to be continued for 4 years, then the need to push it through today is different than if this expires at the end of the year.
Correct. Yeah.
I'm going to jump in here because I have made it a point in my career that I never vote on something I haven't read, unlike the federal government and other people that I know. I just don't do that.
Yeah.
And this is the first time I'm seeing this document. So even though it's an action item, I would ask this board to table this until, point well taken, sir, that we absolutely cannot vote on this. I wouldn't ask you to vote on this until you have an opportunity to read it. Now, whether you read it or not, that's on you. But we will bring this back at our next board meeting, hopefully that you've had time to digest it. And then you can ask questions of us, Shayla and myself, on what does this look like? What does this mean? So that you're truly informed before we ask you to take a vote.
So on that, I would love, it's not an agenda item, so you guys can't vote on it. You weren't going to vote on this anyway, but looking at your calendars and getting an idea in mind. So typically we go every quarter. So 3 months out would be either October 1 or October 15.
For me, October 15th would be the best, but certainly open to other members' concerns.
Most of you would be here anyway.
I'm waiting. It's more dependent on Senator Titus, as we're all here anyhow, so.
Sure.
I would say whatever works for your schedule works for us.
Well, then the 15th, if that works, would be the tentative schedule.
So October 15th, we'll make sure we get another Board of Health agenda going, and I will make sure that this opioid misuse needs assessment is on there. I will send it out via email as well, just to make sure you guys have that hard copy or digital copy with you for life, and then we can have better conversation on it and hopefully get a vote on it then.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll close item 14D, and then we're gonna open it back up, the public comment. This is our second opportunity for public comment. Okay, great. So I'll accept a motion to move that agenda item. Before we take a vote, we're gonna need a public comment on that particular agenda item, since it was an action item. Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor of moving it to the 15th? All right. Move it on, then we're gonna open up to the general public. Sorry. Who seconded that? I think we'll do the chair.
Yes.
Oh, Casanelli, sorry.
Okay, Cass.
All right, second opportunity for public comment. Before we close this meeting, I'm going to take a little point of privilege as the chair. I am acutely aware that when this meeting was called after public comment initially, there was a groan in the audience that you were going to have to sit through the our Board of Health meeting. I understand that. The reality is for members in this community to know that the Board of Health takes the health of our citizens in Lyon County incredibly serious. Listening this morning, some of the public comments regarding data centers and other concerns in this community, we are aware of that. We work hard to make sure we stay in front of some of those things and look out for the health of this community. So I know it's painful. Hopefully you learn a little bit about what we do today. Most of the time we have our Board of Health, there's 3 people in the audience. And so we certainly reached out to a broader amount of our community to let you know that we are working hard for our citizens. So thank you for sitting through this. Nobody got up and left. With that, I'll take a motion to close the meeting.
Motion to adjourn.
All right. I don't know that we need a second. We need a second. So moved. And thank you very much. And final comment, please be careful this coming weekend. This 250th wonderful anniversary of our independence of our nation. We're all going to be celebrating, whether you're swimming or boating or hiking or just barbecuing and heaven forbid, setting off fireworks and using your hands. Please be careful. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're going to reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners, and we're going to go to a recess till 10:35. We're going to come back to the Lyon County Board of County Commissioners. Please take your seat. We're going to kind of jump around here a little bit. We're going to 18A real quickly, and then so that Archie can move on. And then Andrew Haskin. Oh, I got to read it in. Excuse me. Possible action, appoint up to 1 member to the Smith Valley Fire District Fire Protection District Board of Directors with a term expiring December 31st, 2026 per NRS 474.145. County Manager.
Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Manager. Sorry, I got a little excited there and didn't let you read it in. So Smith Valley Fire reached out to me a couple weeks ago and let me know that they had a vacancy on their board that their board did not fill. It was more due to not having a quorum, is my understanding. They didn't have enough people there at the meeting. But state law says if they don't fill it within 30 days, then the Board of County Commissioners fills it. So you have one application on the agenda.
Is that applicant here? Would you like to come up and speak?
My name is Gretchen Montgomery, and I've been attending the Smith Valley Fire Board meetings since October 2022. Obviously with the intent of staying on top of things when you live rurally, and working with volunteer fire department, and being older and health at risk, this becomes important to you. So I've been attending meetings regularly. Soon after that, I did join the fire department as an auxiliary member only. I don't do any emergency calls. I just help where it's needed so that the fire department can get those emergency calls done. And so after being witness to so many board meetings and seeing what a great job the fire department does, I would like to support further by being a board member. And that's it.
Thank you. Any discussion or questions from the board? Any public comment? Bring back to the board for a motion.
Appoint Gretchen Montgomery, Smith Valley Fire Protection District Board of Directors to determine term December 31st, 2026 for NRS 474.745.
Second. We have a motion by Commissioner Hockaday, seconded by Commissioner Casanelli. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Now we'll go back into the regular order. We got another time certain at 9 o'clock a.m. or a little behind that time. Time certain, 9 o'clock a.m. Public hearing bill 2603 for possible action, approving ordinance creating the North Lyon County Power General Improvement District for furnishing electric light and power in accordance with NRS 318.050 and NRS 318.055. County Manager Haskin.
Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Manager. So this is the second hearing of this ordinance. I'm happy to go over anything the board would request that I cover. Otherwise, there were no changes between this draft and or this final version and the draft that was presented previously.
Any questions or comments from the board? Is there any public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for motion.
Move to approve an ordinance creating the North Lyon County Power General Improvement District for furnishing electric light and power in accordance with NRS 318.050 and NRS 318.055.
Second. We have a motion by Commissioner Hendricks, second by Commissioner Jacobson. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes 5-0. 6B, time certain at 10 o'clock a.m. The presentation only, a report to be given to the Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, opening for applications for fiscal year 2026-2027.
Good morning, Martha Tapia for the record. I'm here this morning to announce the opening of the Community Development Block Grant or CDBG application cycle for the fiscal year of 2026-2027. The projected funding for this application cycle is approximately $2.9 million. The Governor's Office of Economic Development, or GOED, is looking to approve fewer but larger grants that have a greater economic development impact to communities. GOED and CDBG's priority is economic development with an emphasis on water and sewer. Since 1982, Lyon County has received a little over $6 million in CDBG funding. The CDBG funding program enables local governments to undertake a variety of activities primarily for low to moderate income persons. The CDBG program aims to fund projects that meet the national objectives, which are benefit 51% or more of low to moderate income persons, aid in the prevention or elimination of slum or blight, or meet a community development need having a particular urgency when no other sources of funding are available. For a project to be fundable, it must pass 3 tests. One of them is to meet the national objectives that I just mentioned. Secondly, it must have an eligible activity such as water or sewer lines, streets or sidewalks, curbs or gutters, and it must be a GOED priority of economic development with the emphasis on water and sewer. The public is invited to provide input on potential projects and submit project ideas for this program year. The purpose of today is just for informational purposes to get it out to the public that the application cycle is open. I can assist any interested persons who are unfamiliar with the CDBG application process to submit an application for a project. This board will hear presentations of potential CDBG applications at the August 6th meeting. Any applications that pass eligibility will be heard and ranked by this board at the November 5th meeting. Written comments and project ideas may be directed to the county manager's office. My contact information is on the staff report included with the agenda backup. I look forward to working with any potential applicants in hopes that a project will be awarded funding through CDBG to improve our communities here in Lyon County. Thank you.
Do we have any questions for Martha? Okay, thank you very much. Well, that brings us to number 7. No, excuse me, 6C. Time certain 10:15 a.m. for presentation only. Presentation from Chantal Lassard of Hudbury Minerals. I'm screwing that up, I'm sure. Chante, thank you. With Hudbury Minerals Incorporated with an update on the Mason project. And sorry for screwing up your name.
It's okay. It's not the first time. So I want to thank the commissioners for having us here today. It's been a minute since we presented on Hyundai, but I wanted to come to you today because we've got a lot of things going on and we are actively moving the project forward. Again, my name is Chante Lassard and I'm the head of the Mason project. I have been here for about 4.5 years, but I've been in the mining industry pretty much all my life. My father, my grandfather, and my great-grandfather all worked at the mines. So I'm very familiar with how mining worked in the past and how mining works today, and it's very different. We want to emphasize that we're going to build this mine responsibly. And most importantly, we want to know how we can work together with you and with the community. So it's very important that we get your input as we're early in the stages of this mining process. This is when we can take a lot of input and make changes where possible, as long as you are communicating with us. Next slide. So this is just a quick org chart. I wanted to show you that our team is growing. So we have 5 new employees to date, all brought on this year and at the end of last year. The folks that are outlined in yellow are Copper World employees that have been loaned to us. They are technical experts in each of their fields, and they are overseeing our contractors that are working at the project today. Next slide. So who's Hudbury Minerals? And a lot of you know, I've been here for a while talking about it, but for those of you that don't, they are a diversified mining company, both listed on the Toronto and New York Stock Exchange. But at our core, we see ourselves as builders and long-term community partners. We focus on critical minerals and specifically copper. Hudbury is positioned in North America as the 3rd largest copper producer. We have a pipeline of assets, as you can see here on this slide. We have fully permitted Cactus and Copper World projects in Arizona, And then in Nevada, our Mason project is a massive standout for Hud Bay. It's a greenfield development and it holds incredible potential for the region. Slide. So this is just a roadmap, and it's a very high level roadmap of where we're at today. As I've said before, and people know, mining takes a lot of time and we aren't rushing it. Right now in 2026 and 2027, we're focusing on a pre-feasibility study and looking at our environmental baselines. Over the next several years, we'll move through rigorous federal EIS permitting and detailed engineering. We don't anticipate first ore until 2035. So we've got a long way to go. Next slide. So to give you an idea of why we're so excited about this location, Mason is one of the largest undeveloped copper resources in the Americas. It's located in the Yerington district, and we have a measured and indicated resource base of 2.4 billion tons. We are looking at the project with a mine of at least 28 years mine life, and when operational, it has the potential to be the third largest copper project in the United States. I have a video. I'm hoping that it will work. So mining isn't new to this area. It's woven into the DNA of Yerington Mining District, and it stretches back to the 1870s. Historic operations like the Bluestone and Mason Valley mines produced incredibly high-grade copper a century ago. And interestingly, those historic footprints fall squarely within our current land package. Next slide. So while we honor that history, we want to make very clear that Hud Bay's project is an entirely separate modern asset. We are not building the mine of yesterday. Everything we do is designed from the ground up in strict accordance with contemporary environmental guidelines. We use advanced technology that the mines before us could never even dream of. Since Hud Bay acquired the project in late 2018, our field work has been quiet, deliberate, and highly respectful of the land. Through 2025, our crew focused on regional work, airborne geophysics, surface sampling, and a bit of exploration drilling northwest of the main deposit. We've been doing our homework to map what's beneath our feet. Next slide. So this shows a traditional mine, open pit, shovel and truck operation under modern mining. And again, this shows what you saw in the video. I think the video provides better orientation than this one does, but this is what our facilities will look like. The plan accounts for a processing plant, a rock storage facility, and a state-of-the-art tailings management facility. We are looking at a throughput ramping up to about 120,000 tons per day. We are also actively studying an advanced alternative, such as the Albion or SXEW. These processes are the processes that you can make finished copper product without a smelter. And we are also doing that at Copper World in Arizona. So to ensure structural and environmental safety, we've undertaken a major diamond core drilling program. This includes thousands of feet of geotechnical and hydrologic holes, specifically in the pit area and down gradient of our planned facilities. This data is strictly for understanding groundwater flow, rock mechanics, and geochemistry so that our foundations are absolutely secure. So moving forward into this year, we're doing further de-risking starting in mid-July. We'll begin a targeted sonic drilling program to perform standard penetration tests. We'll also excavate 20 shallow test pits to verify ground characterization for our facilities. Again, this is all about gathering precise engineering data before a single foundation is poured. Next one. So we are gathering baseline data today, and that is our insured policy for a shared future. We are tracking native wildlife, soils, and vegetation and initiating continuous regional air sampling. Currently, we're completing a full resource inventory to ensure historic sites are protected. On the infrastructure side, our plans include a line tailing storage facility and concurrent reclamation to restore the land as we move through. Next one. So let's talk about water, because we know how vital and sensitive this resource is to our valley. We fully recognize that the Smith Valley Basin is overallocated. Because of that, we have finalized the purchase of over 3,000 acres of land and secured existing water rights for approximately 7,600 acre-feet per year. This means that the water used for our project will come from existing rights, ensuring that we do not add new strain on the local basin. So in other words, we are not creating a new straw out of the agricultural pool and moving it to the industrial pool. Our hydrology MOU, which we've entered into with some community members, and our shared basin-wide modeling are specifically designed to gather the hydrologic data needed to precisely map groundwater flows so that pumping can be managed without disrupting our neighbors. So we recognize that Mason doesn't exist in a vacuum. And you can see on this slide, as people talked earlier, there is a boom of businesses coming to Lyon County and the Yerington area. You've got Pumpkin Hollow, which is now known as Southwest Critical Materials. And then you've got Lyon Copper and Gold, all coming on fairly short apart from each other. We've got massive new data centers and we've got solar projects. So there will be an intense competition for resources, housing, and talent. We want to plan for these. We want to look at how we mitigate these before our project starts. And we would like to get together as a group here and talk about what infrastructure is needed. What is housing going to look like? How are we going to manage this influx of people and other housing in the community? So our partnership with ERM, and I have a slide on that next, we are doing a socioeconomic impact assessment. Right now is designed to give the community a blueprint to scale infrastructure smoothly, funded by the hundreds of millions in local property and transaction taxes that the project will generate. This is a quick overview of our research on labor in the area. And as you can see, we've got just as much non-participation as we do participation in the workforce. I believe most of this is due to the aging population in Lyon County and in Yerington. But we've got a lot of work to do to be able to have the workforce that we're going to need. But I think on the bright side, this will bring young people who have moved away from the area because they didn't have a job or there were no opportunities for them. So I'm hoping that this project and the other two projects will attract those local people back to the area. Next one. So this is what our socioeconomic baseline looks like. we have contracted with ERM to do first the scoping and stakeholder mapping, which we're doing right now. And that is not just a check the box exercise. It is an exercise where they will interview people, they will have focus groups. They will really talk to the members of the county and of the area to get your feedback and find out what your concerns are and how we can communicate with you and what you would like to see done on our project, but as well as other projects, because I think if we all work together, we'll have a better result than if it's just Hud Bay or if it's just Lyon, Copper and Gold. I think it's necessary for us to come together and try to identify solutions for these disruptions that we'll see in the community. So in 2027, we'll move on to the next part of a socioeconomic baseline, and we will look at an economic impact analysis. And this goes deeper into our projections of employees, what we projected, the dollars that will go into the community. So this has a better idea of what that economic impact will be. And then what comes after that is a report that takes all of these into consideration, and it gives us management decisions so that we can move forward and mitigate the negative impacts that might occur and enhance the benefits that are there. Next slide. So this is our projected economic impact, and I've been showing this slide for 4 years. And in the pre-feasibility study that we're currently doing right now, I do believe that this will go up on the investment side. On the jobs, this is a pretty accurate of, you know, a picture of what we will need. So 500 to 600 direct high-paying jobs. And then the indirect jobs, and I think that that's a 2-to-1 or it could be a 3-to-1 total jobs that are created. So 3,000 between contractors, businesses that pop up to service the new employees or new people coming into the community. Next slide. The next 2 slides I put in here because a lot of people talk about the mining law of 1872. While yes, that is the law that we abide by, but since that law was created, there are 24 new legislation and regulations that mining has to abide by. So the ones that are in black are the new laws and regulations that supplement the mining law. The ones in blue are the ones that have been enacted, but also been updated. So if you look at that, that's 24 new legislation and regulations that look at mining before we can even start anything that we do. Next slide, and you can go through that quickly. Just to note that they've been going on even through 2026. New mining laws and regulations are being enacted. So what does permitting and oversight look like for us? We operate under a rigorous blanket of federal, state, and local oversight. At the federal level, the BLM manages our plan of operation and EIS timelines. At the state level, Nevada issues strict permits for water pollution control, air quality, and dam safety. And locally, we coordinate with the county on infrastructure and workforce alignment. So no stone is unturned when we are looking at creating this mine and permitting this mine and making sure that it is safe and beneficial for the community. I just want to talk about the tribal communities for a minute. These are communities that we need to engage with and that we've identified as important to our project. We want to make sure that we honor their sovereignty, and we want to secure environmental stewardship for the tribe and partner with the tribe. Again, with the tribe, we want to commit to open communication, and we also want to do that with our neighbors here in Yerington. So the tribes that we are engaging with are the Yerington Paiute tribe, the Walker River Paiute tribe, the Washoe tribe of Nevada and California, and the Reno Sparks Indian Colony. And we have let the tribes know that if there is another tribe that is interested in this project and wants to get communication from us, then we will include those tribes in this communication and engagement as well. Next slide. So this is my last slide. What I want to emphasize today and my ask of you today is talk to us. We want to hear from you. We want to know your concerns. We want to understand your constituents' concerns so that we can plan a better mind that benefits everybody. We want you to help us identify showstoppers so that we can, again, address, modify, change the things that we can change in our mining process. We want you to tell us the best ways to keep you informed. And we have a website that people can go to and reach out to our team directly. There's a phone number right there. And I also have a QR code there. We have an upcoming open house on August 18th in Smith Valley. We will be answering questions, but the QR code right there is a form that you can fill out if you want to put your question in advance. I will have some technical folks there with me. We'll probably do like a panel where I'll have them up there. I'll give a presentation and then they will be available to answer questions. But if we could get those questions in advance, that would really help us to organize things. And that's all I have for you. And I thank you again for your time and attention.
Do we have some questions? Commissioner Hendricks?
Yeah, I do. It says Mason Valley on everything, but it seems like the majority of the impact is going to be in Smith Valley. Is that correct?
Yes, well, yes, the facilities will be in Smith Valley.
Yeah.
The roads and all of the infrastructure impact will be in Mason Valley.
Okay, the other question I had is about the water rights you've purchased over 7,000?
76, yeah,
Yeah.
7,600.
Okay, so in addition to that, are you going to need to require more? Is that all you're going to be using?
So we will adjust our plant, the size of our plant, to the water that we have. So right now, we can build the project with the water that we have. If we want to ramp up to the 120,000 tons per day that I mentioned, we will need more water.
Thank you.
Mr. Casanelli?
Yeah, thank you for that presentation. And back to the water, you secured 7,600 acre feet annual. Is that number before or after the ag to industrial conversion?
That's after.
After, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Hockaday?
Yeah, my concerns all along been traffic in Smith Valley, 2,000-foot hole into the aquifer. Use of Mason Pass Road, how we're going to get your product out, hopefully by rail, not through trucks, because that, of course, increases our traffic on not only our roads, but then over here in Mason Valley on 95A, which is already a mess. So there's a lot of issues that are going to have to be addressed. I would highly recommend you have those addressed in August at the open house, at least have some way of explaining how we're going to deal with this mining project.
So unfortunately, in August, we won't have those answers, and that's why we're doing the pre-feasibility study right now. Like I said, a pre-feasibility study is like finding a blueprint for a house. So you have the blueprint, maybe you have 3 blueprints, and you're looking at those and you're trying to decide which one works better. And then once you decide on the blueprint, you can look at the house and say, I want to move this wall out 2 feet, or I want to move this bathroom here. That's where we're at. In the feasibility study, which is 2 years from now, that's when we'll start talking about, okay, what does this look like for roads? What does this look like for rail? And a lot of the conversation specifically about the rail is with Lyon, Copper and Gold, because we share a property line, and if they do the railroad, we do the railroad. So that is a partnership that we would have to, enter into. I know that Lyon, Copper and Gold is bringing the rail in. So that's something that we will consider. I don't foresee traffic coming through Smith Valley. It will be coming on 95, which I know is a concern. And right now it's on Luzier Lane. So we'll enter the property on Luzier Lane, take Mason Pass, and then go around. You mentioned Mason Pass. We do recognize we will have to relocate that road, but we will create a road from Urington to Smith Valley that can be used year round.
That it? So I got a question on, well, I would like to see happen is if you can, talk to Pumpkin Hollow too, as far as getting the ore transported on rail. So maybe have a spur to where they don't have all the activity off the 95A as far as that. So I'd like to see if you could start those communications as soon as possible. So it's ongoing, right? Also, I was concerned about your, you have the aquifer testing on your thing, but I don't see you going down very far on your aquifer testing. How deep are you going to go to find out what the makeup of the soil is? Because what I'm trying to get at is, are you going to go into a second aquifer that is actually below a clay level?
Yes, absolutely.
And so I want to have that information, if that's,
Yep.
because that would be two different aquifers that would make a big impact. So.
Yeah, and our geologist will be there. He's been running all of these drilling efforts, and we're putting piezometers in the drill holes, and we're drilling a well to do some studies on that well as well. Now, we will need more of those as the project progresses. But again, early studies, just trying to get a picture of what that looks like, if we're going to have an impact. And if we are, how do we address that? And all of those things we want to work with the community on. And so you mentioned the mining companies kind of getting together. If you're interested in sitting in on those meetings or facilitating those meetings, we are happy to have you do that. We've also talked to the Urington Chamber about trying to get all of those entities that I had on my slide together to start talking about what are the biggest impacts that we all are going to create in this community. And one of the biggest, traffic, obviously, but housing. You know, where is everybody going to live? And I know mining folks are willing to drive a really long way. I used to drive from Reno to Lovelock every day. So they are willing to drive, but it would be better if we had folks, you know, closer to the area. One of the things that we have been considering, though, is busing. So we would have a bus go from, you know, however farthest out they are, bring them in, have several stops, so that we don't have a lot of people driving into the community. And that's not only, the traffic is not only a concern, but also sleep and being able to drive to and from home safely. And if you're on a bus and you have a 2-hour drive, you know, you're not putting others or yourself at risk because you're tired.
So I've worked with other mining groups and saw where the free market does housing. That'll happen no matter what. But sometimes it's that communication you have with the local contractors to help them with their funding and make sure that they can get stuff going as quick as possible. So the risk is a little bit less on them, so they can get started, and then they can bring real homes in, not workforce housing. And then the rest of the community could also purchase those homes for these other projects. So I would try to get as much talk as you can with these other projects and try to see what you guys can do with coming up with some way of helping the local contractors fund projects to build homes.
Okay.
Because to me, they'll want to take advantage of it. And so to me, then you help the local economy that way, and we build real homes, and we're not busing people in. People come here, live here, and stay.
Yeah. And just to address that would be ideal. I would love that. But as someone here today mentioned, how do we create all this housing with the lack of water that we have? And so that is going to have to be a consideration wherever they build, to make sure that, you know, we're not creating a bigger problem than solving the problem. So
Right,
that is something we'll think about.
But there's some lots here that are already created, that already have water on them.
Yeah, no, definitely.
So
to build
the
on
local
this.
economy, the local people here could use some more houses here. I'm not saying huge amount, but some.
Yeah.
Right.
Thank you. I understand.
Those are the only things I have right now, but I do want to stay involved with the communications. So just keep going. I don't get to go to a lot of the things because of how many different boards we sit on and different projects that we're doing, but I do want the communication. So.
Okay, and so how would you like to receive that communication? Should I just come back and
Go-
keep presenting?
Go through the county manager, just
Got it.
he can take care of everything that we need. And if we have questions, we can ask him back and forth.
Sure.
That worked best for me. How about the rest of you guys?
Okay, and if ever you want to come out to the project, drive out and look at the actual land and where things might be, just reach out to us. We'll take you out.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Yeah, one follow-up question. You said you would adjust the plant size based on the available water. So that's great, but when you ramp up operation, then you would need additional water, so water is obviously the concern, but any plans for, like, I know it's premature until you get your hydrology reports and stuff, but any plans for like recharge wells or recharge reservoirs or anything like that?
We are looking at that, and we're also looking at out of the box ways to leave the water in the system until we start mining. So we're looking at a lot of things, and we've got a really great local hydrologist. I don't know if you know Jay Dixon, but he is consulting for us. He knows a lot about the basin, and we're trying to get very creative on, how we use and how we maintain the levels in the river and in the aquifer.
Thanks.
Commissioner Hendricks?
Yeah, and just the water usage is going to be my biggest concern throughout the whole thing, making sure that the water you're using doesn't impact the other users in the valley.
Yeah.
Smith Valley is an amazing place with a long heritage of agriculture and ranching, and I don't want to see that harm. That's my main concern.
Yeah, and I didn't talk a lot about it, but we have entered into an MOU with some Smith Valley residents. And what that MOU does is give them access to where we're drilling, where we're gathering samples, what we're doing with the water, and then taking their input into a hydrology model that we develop, so that, some community members have looked at what we're doing and we agree or we work out our disagreements together. So. Did I describe that accurately?
Any other questions? Comments? Commissioner Jacobson?
Yeah, just. I don't know how to say this, because normally I don't think for presentation, I know we go to public participation. However, at the beginning of the meeting, when we tell them, wait till the agenda item, and then you can speak publicly. So we're telling them on this now, Miss Lassard, I don't expect her to stick around after lunch. She's a busy lady too, but she might miss some of the comments that would come at the end of the meeting. That's when I guess they could comment on this. I, for one, would like to hear the public spiel on this, but if we want to wait till the end of the meeting and listen to them, that's fine. But just one commissioner's take.
Well, I'm not against opening it up to allow some people to talk, but I don't want it won't be a discussion. So it won't be you answering them, but you can certainly take notes and apply it to a later presentation or another agenda item. But they can talk if they want to, but it's just public comment.
Thank you.
And it's just for you guys to have more knowledge about what's being said.
That's how it always.
Yeah.
Thank you, commissioners. I appreciate that.
And thank you for your time and thank you for coming here. So is there anybody that wanted to speak on that?
Real quickly, Leslie Sonnet for the record, representing Citizens to Protect Smith Valley. We are one of the organizations that signed the MOU for the hydrology. So we appreciate the update. And we appreciate Commissioner Hendricks reminding everybody it is in Smith Valley. That is something we've been working with HUD Bay on, that the direct impact will be Smith Valley. we think the idea of something regional, looking at all the projects, that's what we've been talking about, is great, and we hope that you would include us. We've been involved with HUD Bay for 5 years now. We meet with them twice a month, and we do, even though this project's in Smith Valley, we have a vested interest in Lyon County, so we think that's a very progressive thing to do, is to look at all the projects regionally and everything. And just one reminder, a lot of the new regulations are all well and good, but every day in Washington DC, there seems to be new things coming up where a lot of these regulations are trying to be gutted. And one that's coming up is even looking at being able to impact the state's regulations. So those are things we're keeping track of, and we just want the county to keep an eye on that as these projects move forward. And I think that was it. Thank you very much.
Could you write your name legibly? Brent?
And as a side note, just our organization also has a hydrologist that has been able to communicate with HUD Bay, which is fantastic. But this is a very small handful of community members who were north of $30,000 now on our investment. There's a lot more money that needs to become involved. We are a nonprofit 501c3, and we also don't believe that individual community members should have to pay for independent technical people to help us out. All right, thank you.
Morning, how are you guys?
Good morning.
Lori Harrington. I'm a Lyon County employee, and this affects me tremendously. I live in the subdivision right off of Leaves-Ear Lane. MRE LLC has spent $2.6 million in buying our subdivision for a supposed man camp. My neighbors and I are now going to be displaced and have to move it out of our retirement homes. We have put years of love and support into our homes. My neighbors are 70 years old. And they have trees planted in their backyard for their deceased kids. And we are informed that we're going to have to move within the next 5 years. And I find it very unfair. It's very disheartening. And it affects us tremendously. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else is gonna be doing public comment, please stand in a line here so we can.
Does Hiskett, again, my big beef, and now we have more information about more traffic. And I just can't emphasize enough. 95A cannot handle ore trucks, in addition to everything else that's here and coming. Okay.
I don't know about legible, Commissioner Keller. My handwriting's never been good, so I apologize. Nick Beaton, Yerington City Councilman, among many other things for the record. There are a lot of pending things on this project, a lot of issues and answers to still fill out. I just wanted to come up and commend the HUD Bay team for their openness and transparency through this entire process. In Lyon County and Mason Valley and Smith Valley, there have frequently been projects that have come in, offered big promises, and then fell short. I appreciate their transparency on how long this is going to take to develop. I appreciate how much they have integrated into the community with multiple staff members on service clubs and volunteering on local boards and showing up for volunteer opportunities throughout the community. And I appreciate all of their communication as we work through all of those things that we still need to answer to protect our residents within Mason and Smith Valley. So thank you very much.
Jimmy Shamble. I'm a 71-year resident, almost 72-year resident of Lyon County. Second generation employee of Anaconda. This is the most responsible mining proposal I've ever seen. They are doing things right. Unlike other mines and other operations, specifically Air Metco, that left a hell of a mess here. These people are doing things the right way. And if there was no need for minerals, we wouldn't be mining it. But the need grows every day. Every time you buy a new cell phone, a new computer, a new car, a new house, you need copper. And I am 100% behind this project. I think it's probably the best thing that can happen to this county.
Stacy Lindbergh, for the record. I'm the clerk treasurer, but I'm just here as a citizen today because I do live in Mason. And I would just like, I think Hudbay has really done a great job in working with the community and working up there. I would like them to keep in mind that we are a open range state and we ride our motorcycles and ATVs and our kids are up there all the time. So maybe if they consider, you know, making sure that we have a path over the hill and not cutting them all off would be greatly appreciated.
Any other public comment? Does anybody online want to make comment? Okay, we'll close that agenda item and we'll move on. Still got some time here. Number 7, Commissioner County Manager reports. We'll start with Commissioner Hockaday.
Spent a few hours with Lieutenant Vandiver over at the jail, doing an inspection and going over areas that we need to improve. We'll just have to say that they're doing a fantastic job over there. And that I've seen a significant improvement in the way things are handled and managed in that jail over the last 5.5 years that I've been doing the inspections. So I do appreciate all their hard effort in making sure that that place runs smoothly. I attended the Smith Valley Citizen Advisory Board last night. Really not a lot of agenda items going on. We had a few people come in. I'm glad to see that people are getting involved in the community and showing up at the advisory board meetings. Attended the Smith Valley 4th of July committee, their final meeting. Just everybody knows that we're going to have our fireworks tomorrow night. There's a lot of people having them on Saturday night, the 4th, but unfortunately, because of all the people having 4th of July fireworks on Saturday night, we were able to do it on the 3rd. But on Saturday at Dressler Park from 11 to 4, there'll be community activities, barbecue, hamburger, hot dogs, and other things going on there. Kind of a shout out to my granddaughter. She'll be singing the national anthem at 11 a.m. to kick off the entire day's activities. So that's about all I've done.
Thank you, Commissioner Casanelli.
Hello, Chair. I hosted along with the co-hosted along with the Dayton Area Chamber of Commerce an economic forum luncheon. I wanted to thank Story County Manager Osborne, Lyon County Manager Haskin, the Carson City Manager Glenn Martell, the Yerington City Manager Jerry Bryant, and Fernley City Councilman Torres for participating in our discussion. I think it went pretty good. We got a lot of good information out to the citizens. Attended the Dayton Conservation District Board. We're finalizing the fence work on the Ritchie Perdere project. That was completed last year. We're getting ready to send out RFQ on bids for the woolly debris removal on the Carson River through that district. Recently hired a new spray technician. They are spraying actively herbicides in Mound House and along the corridor, getting ready to spray in the Rolling A area as well. Had 2 meetings with local farm and ranchers in Smith Valley and Yerington, discussing concerns with future development. attended the celebration of life for Mr. Jim Kepler, owner of the Dayton Valley Golf Course, and just wanted to send condolences once again to his family. It's a huge loss to the Dayton community. And that's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Hendricks.
I attended a ribbon cutting for a new nail salon in Silver Springs. Took a tour of the Winston Solar proposed project and attended the Legislative Committee on Public Lands where our county manager and emergency management director presented on our behalf to let them know what our concerns are as far as public lands. Attended the Public Lands Steering Committee meeting for the National NACO, and we considered our resolutions for this year, and the one that I've submitted picked up quite a few co-sponsors, so hopefully that will keep moving forward. Met with some citizens in Smith Valley regarding the Hud Bay project to hear their concerns. And last night I attended the Stagecoach Advisory Board and wanted to let county staff know that some of the citizens there wanted to thank our roads crew and emergency management for their response to the flooding. They were very happy with the response.
Thank you, Commissioner Jacobson.
Thank you. To a proposed Winston Solar Scopia as well. In the Chamber of Commerce meeting in front of the 4th of July committee meeting, Boys and Girls Club monthly meeting. Also attended a fundraiser for the Boys and Girls Club out of Winnemucca. That was a fun event. Attended an appreciation event sponsored by UNR Athletics. Met with reps from IBW. Had a niece's wedding, son's college orientation. And finally, from the 4th of July, promises to be bigger than ever as celebrating the 25th anniversary of becoming a city.
Thank you. I've attended the National Association of Counties Agriculture and Rural Affairs Steering Committee, also the National Association of Counties Rural Action Caucus. I know it seems like I always keep saying the same thing, but this is what we've been working on, and been working on the data centers. I think every meeting that I've gone to has a data center component to it. How they're affecting local economies, electricity, infrastructure, county revenues, and community planning. Been doing this for years now. It's not like something that's just popping up now that one's in our county. We've been doing this for quite a while. Also working on the resolutions to set national policy at our annual convention in a couple of weeks. Got an upcoming Story County tour to look at some of the data centers up there. I've attended the NACO Public Lands and Resource Committee. We're also doing another data center thing for the NACO, Nevada NACO one coming up in a couple of weeks. And I noticed that the biggest thing that I've got a lot of complaints about is the coordinated effort that I'm seeing online. And I think maybe it's because you get more likes or, funds their web pages or YouTubes or whatever it is. But the misinformation about data centers is so huge right now. And it's feeding, and we're getting old information. So I want to encourage everybody to show up, keep coming to these meetings, come to the workshop that we're going to be having, because I think a lot of these issues are going to be able to put to rest, or at least we can address, right, and mitigate if we have to. But I want to be fighting for what the county needs and what is the truth, not the misinformation. I also attended the Intergovernmental Executive Committee on the Fallon Range Training Complex Base Expansion, and also Economic Forum from NNDA in Dayton. And I think that's about it. So County Manager Haskin.
Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Manager. It's been a busy couple of weeks. As you are all aware, we had some fairly significant flooding in the Stagecoach area. I heard somewhere we got like 2 inches of rain in like 45 minutes. So it was pretty wet. We had 12 to 18 inches of mud and across roads and places, rocks and stuff. Our road crew has been out working on fixing things. They were out there that night. Worked until 11 o'clock at night trying to get things passable, and then they've been out since trying to fix some of the damage. I know we have an item later on to discuss the emergency declaration that we're proposing. Gave a presentation to the Dayton Chamber at their economic forum, really good attendance, and I thought it's always great to hear what some of the other counties are seeing and experiencing, and share Lyon County's perspective as well. So that was really good. Attended a presentation that Director Allison gave at the Legislative Committee on Public Lands in Fernley. It was a really good presentation to that committee. Talking about some of the issues that are affecting Lyon County regarding public lands. I've had several meetings with folks regarding different projects that are going on in the communities. I had a meeting with the Yerington City Manager, and I do want to congratulate Jerry Bryant for getting appointed permanently in that position. So good there. And then I just want to wish everybody a happy 4th of July.
Thank you. Do we have any discussion with County Manager? Thank you. Okay, we'll go on to number 8, elected officials reports. Not seeing any, and none online. Appointed officials reports. Seeing none in the room and none online. Go to advisory board reports.
Good morning, Amanda Bernand. I am the Stagecoach Citizens Advisory Board Vice Chair. The chair couldn't be here today, so was unable to attend. So we had a meeting last night, and the flooding in Stagecoach was discussed, and I'd like to echo the work that the roads department did in helping us. It was a lot of rain in a short time. Also reminded the residents that we do have a Stagecoach drainage master plan, and that all residents should take a look at that online. We did have a close to full room last night. And we did have a resident that was concerned about the increasing accidents on Highway 50, especially with the recent fatality that we had. Commander Miller did later state that Highway 50 is under the control of NDOT. Megan Kay from UNR Extension Service gave a great presentation on wildfire awareness and community resilience, and also how residents can get involved with becoming a fire-wise community, which may help lower their insurance rates too. Central Lyon County Fire let us know about some upcoming free green waste days, one in July 25th and the other one is August 22nd. And I'm going to butcher this name, Mr. Yar Petra, he's a contractor representative for the MV Energy Laydown Yard in Stagecoach, and Mr. Gavin Henderson from Lyon County staff were also present. And this laydown yard is located next to a neighborhood, and we had a very bad start with this yard. They were violating their permit terms. Residents were getting dusted out. There was other issues that they were having. The good news is that this has turned around. They've rocked the entire area, the whole 70 acres, to prevent dust. They have been controlling the dust. The latest windstorms we had, it was controlled. So that is appreciated. They do have a sign up that is now placed where we can read it as well, so that we have contact information. We are working with them to ensure that the big trucks use Turf Farm Road to go east on Highway 50 instead of Blackhawk. They'll use Blackhawk to go enter or exit going west, because you can't turn left off the highway onto Turf Farm Road. That was a bit confusing. We did ask if there could be additional signs placed on the highway once the big trucks start rolling, especially on Turf Farm Road, because we will have a lot of large trucks, and we just would like to reduce the risk of additional fatalities or accidents in that area. So in honor of America 250 and community cohesiveness and involvement, the Silver Springs Chamber of Commerce, which Stagecoach is a part of, said that they are offering limited edition challenge points. They have Stagecoach on one side, Silver Springs on the other side, and they are pretty neat looking. And also that Founder's Day Parade is October 10th, and we do have a parade grand marshal who will be Nevada's Lieutenant Governor Stavros Anthony. And then, so we'd like to thank Doug Homestead and the Lyon County Facilities Department for the new sound system that we can use at our Stagecoach Community Center. We had an old one that was really suffering. This new one is just awesome. We had a few glitches last night, but that was operator error. And finally, I'd like to thank Commissioner Hendricks, who attends most of our CAB meetings. She engages in the community and she does listen to us. And although we don't always like what happens in the end, at least we are listened to. And she also provides a communication conduit to the residents, which is appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other reports? Okay, seeing none. A little bit more time. Let's go ahead to the consent agenda. Action we've taken on all items. All matters listed under the consent agenda are considered routine and may be acted upon by the Board of County Commissioners with one action without an extensive hearing. Any member of the board or any citizen may request that an item be taken from the consent agenda, discussed and acted upon separately during this meeting. We did have one written request to an item, but I don't know why I would pull the item if that person is not here to speak on his concern. So I want to see if anybody wants one of these items pulled. Board? And I'm not seeing anybody online. I'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
Move to approve the consent agenda items 11A through 11J.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Hendricks, second by Commissioner Hockaday. Those in favor say aye. Aye. I think right now, means that it's 11:38, we're gonna go ahead and break for lunch. And come back in because we're gonna be here for a while, I think. So it's 11:38, so we'll be back here at around 12:30. Maybe a little later, but I'll say 12:30. We'll see how quick our lunch comes out. Let's go back to order, Lyon County Board of County Commissioners. We're going to skip one item because I see the applicant isn't back yet. So we're going to go right to 16B. For possible action to approve the request from the Boys and Girls Club of Mason Valley for a conditional use permit to construct and operate a 13,660 square foot teen center and child care center and a 14,130 square foot gymnasium on land subject to rural residential 5-acre minimum zoning located in Silver Springs at 4035 West Spruce Avenue on a 3.85 acre parcel, APN 018-48108, PLZ 2026-036. Senior Planner Louis Carriola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm happy to be here today presenting on behalf of the Boys and Girls Club of Mason Valley. The proposed project is located, as we can see on the vicinity slide on the left, south and west of the intersection of Ramsey Weeks Cutoff and Highway 50. More specifically, the site is located at the southwest corner of Spruce Avenue and Topaz Street. Topaz Street running north-south, and we can see to the east of the subject area is the Silver Stage High School, and north of the high school is the middle school. Jumping right into the master plan designations, on the left, we can see the subject parcels located on the current boundary between our rural and suburban character districts per the 2020 master plan. Those districts are typically a delineation of where public utilities for water and sewer are available. In this case, the subject parcel, while it is in the rural area, which typically doesn't have water and sewer available. The applicant and their representatives can speak to this in better detail than I can. I've already engaged the Silver Springs Mutual Water Company to be annexed into their service area, and I believe that's already been approved, as well as the Silver Springs General Improvement District administered by Lyon County Utilities for sewer. So the project will be served by both public utilities. On the right, we see the actual master plan designation of rural residential, and then bound to the north, northeast, and to the east by public facilities. So the subject parcel is within a rural residential master plan designation, but again, adjacent to designations that are public and quasi-public for those public facilities. Moving on to the zoning, this is a massive green here. All of the darker shade green is subject to our rural residential 5-acre minimum zoning. So that is a residential zoning district. But as we can see shaded out, the schools are also subject to that same zoning. It would look like maybe sometime in the future when we have an opportunity to do some zoning cleanup, this would be an appropriate time to change the schools to public facilities. But when we're looking at the surrounding zoning, I think it's important to note that to the north is just land owned by the United States government without any plans for development. So the insertion of this project should not be imposing any sort of impacts to existing development or planned development that we're aware of. When we're looking at the entitlement path for uses that are proposed to community development, we first start with our land use tables and the applicable zoning. As previously mentioned, the applicable zoning here is R5, and there are a couple of uses that are noted in our land use tables that would describe the project. The first being public assembly, seating capacity 350 or less. At that point, we're looking at a conditional use permit. I'm sorry, that is permitted by right. But the child daycare center use with over 12 children would require a conditional use permit. When we review a suite of uses for one project, if there's a higher entitlement path required, that is the path for the entire project. So in this case, a conditional use permit for the whole project. This image is provided by the applicant showing the full site layout expressed over 2 proposed phases of development. The first would be the teen center and the clubhouse. That would be the 13,660 square foot building. And if we're looking at the slide, north is to the left, and to the north side, south of Spruce Avenue, would be again that clubhouse teen center, which would include a childcare section, and then I believe a half court is planned for the first phase of development, as well as a toddler's playground and another playground, stormwater facilities, and then required roadway improvements, including pedestrian crossings, will be included in this first phase. If we look at the accesses along Topaz Street, we can see 3 accesses, which would provide a means for parents to drop off children safely and then get back onto the roadway. The second phase would include the gymnasium and recreation center, as well as a turf field. Again, the applicant's representation is here and can speak maybe better than I can to the actual planned phase approach to development. The next slide I've included here just for the sake of discussion. Sometimes it's a little difficult to see through with the GIS images below the site plan, but this is the same site plan, and I'll have it up here in case the applicants would like to reference it. This slide and the next include the elevations submitted as part of the application. This would be the clubhouse proposed again at over 13,000 square feet. And then the next slide shows us our gymnasium and recreation center. When reviewing conditional use permits, community development consults chapter 15-230-06 of Lyon County Code for the findings. And we've included here in the next slide just a summary of those findings. They are, of course, more expanded upon within the staff report. But the goals and policies quoted recognize that this project proposes an orderly growth pattern following development patterns, of course, being across the street from the high school. The applicant will be responsible for construction of crosswalks and sidewalks, as well as the accesses through their site. So that would all be part of the first phase. Additional roadway improvements are not deemed to be necessary by the roads department. The conditions of approval do ensure safety and security for children. Staff was of the opinion that recognizing that parents and motorists are already familiar with the schools and children being in this region, that this is an ideal location to further a centralized hub in Silver Springs for our young residents. So I think with that, we can move right to the recommendations. Staff was able to recommend approval to the Planning Commission, who then likewise forwarded an approval to the Board of Commissioners at their regularly scheduled Planning Commission meeting of June 10, 2026. Of course, I'm available for questions, and again, the applicant has representation here today.
Any questions or comments from the board?
I have one question.
I'll start off with Commissioner Jacobson.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of comments. First of all, I'm a strong believer in Boys and Girls Clubs. I think they truly help working families, safe place for kids to go. We all need to remember kids are residents of Lyon County as well. Almost all the money coming from outside the county, no hit to taxpayers. Whatever I can do to speed this up, just let me know. So this is one of those no-brainers, and the location could not be better.
Commissioner Casanelli.
Yeah, just one question was that you mentioned the adjacent parcel is owned by the US government. Is that BLM or is it some other branch of the US government?
That is a great question, sir. When I look at the assessor's records, it says United States of America. So I could not designate exactly which agency claim ownership.
I believe it's in our lands bill under BLM. And so that's where we like to someday have a regional park.
Okay.
Sounds ideal considering everything else.
Great. Yeah, and just to echo Commissioner Jacobson, a huge supporter of Boys and Girls Club and this fantastic project. So looking forward to it.
So do you guys want to make a presentation or are you good?
All right, good afternoon, commissioners, county staff. My name is Eric Anderson with Bighorn Consulting, representing the Boys and Girls Club of Mason Valley. Just wanted to, if you guys have any technical questions for us, wanted to also catch up on Lewis's remarks about we had to annex into both the Silver Springs General Improvement District and the Silver Springs Mutual Water Company District. So when we first acquired the property, we didn't realize that we were right on the border of both those utility districts. And so we've already annexed into both have been approved, and both Silver Springs and Mutual Water Company have been just wonderful to work with and very supportive. We found out last week that we are really close to securing our required water rights for the project. So that's very exciting. That's one last large hurdle for us, but we're really close and should have that resolved in the next week or two. And then we're going to be submitting for permits. We're excited for this project. And so we've been working on this for 5-6 years now in concept, and we have some funding finally secured and great location, everything about it, and very excited. And I just want to thank county staff also for working with us so diligently on getting this moved forward with the conditional use permit. And thank you very much.
Any questions for the applicant? I did have one comment. When you get down to your colors, can you see if you, just a suggestion, maybe go with the Nighthawk or UNR colors since they're the same and kind of keep that whole process.
See what we can do, yeah.
Is there any public comment on this?
Chair Keller, I'll make a motion to approve the request from the Boys and Girls Club of Mason Valley for a conditional use permit to construct and operate a 13,660 square foot teen center and children's center zone, in a 14,000, 130 square foot gymnasium on land subject to rural residential 5 acre minimum, R5 zoning located in Silver Springs at 4035 West Spruce Avenue on 3.85 acre parcel APN 018-48108 PLZ 2026036.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Jacobson, second by Commissioner Hockaday. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Yeah, further comment?
Make it brief, because that was awesome and painless right there. Travis Crowder for the record, Boys and Girls Club. I definitely want to just point on one thing for sure then, under these circumstances, when we were in front of you guys, I want to say 4 or 5 months ago, when we kind of threw it out there conceptually, there was the need, right, for, of course, support from the county, which has been fantastic, especially along the lines of the timeliness of things. And so between Lewis and Gavin and Andrew and the team and everybody here at the county, and of course, all the introductions and roles that all of you have played, helping us along the way, try to find some opportunities and support and what have you. It's been fantastic. So can't thank you enough. We knew it was an aggressive timeline, but without the support from the county and the staff, we wouldn't be where we're at today. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Moving on to 16A for possible action. To approve the request by NV Energy for a conditional use permit for 345 kV transmission lines. The lines extend from Walker River Substation in Mason Valley to south of US Highway 50 in Dayton. The general land use area, North Mason Valley, Silver Springs, and Stagecoach, with a combined total length of approximately 103 miles. The project affects portions of 26 parcels, APN 014051020, 014061020, 014091020, 03, 20, 21, 22, 23, 014101101, 015414512, 0154512, 26, 27, 28, and 29, 0155110, 03, 0155219, 015532120, 015555104, 015681101, 015691101, 015701103, 015711104, 0160212422628, and 016023007 PLZ 2026-024. And this is presented by Senior Planner Lisa Nash, who I believe is online.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and fellow commissioners.
Ms. Nash? Just before, I just want to, as previously mentioned, whenever this has come up in County Commission, my wife has worked for NV Energy for 38 years. She's by no means tied to this project. She's in customer service, so I'll be weighing in on this as it's not a conflict of interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Jacobson. Go ahead, Lisa.
Hi, sorry if I overstepped there. Good afternoon. I'm here today to present the application for NV Energy's conditional use permit. If we could go to the next slide. Right, so there are 26 parcels in this application. They extend from the Walker River substation up to the Highway 50. This project goes all the way to the Story County border. However, this portion is just looking south of Highway 50, and the applicant will be coming back with a CUP amendment for the few parcels that are north of Highway 50. Of these 26 parcels, 16 are privately owned and 10 parcels are owned and managed by the Bureau of Land Management. So if we could go to the next slide. So from the Walker River substation up to the Story County line, there's approximately 90 miles of generation tie lines. They call them gen ties. The permanent facilities for this project are going to include 345 kilovolt transmission lines with permanent structure pads that measure about 100 foot by 100 foot, some telecommunication facilities, including microwave and optical, and access roads. The transmission line structures that support the lines vary between 75 and 180 feet, and they generally have 160-foot easement width. The structures are placed approximately 1,200 feet apart. Of course, that can depend on topography and stuff. And the portion of the project, this portion is going to have a combination of unpaved access roads, improved existing roads, new roads, and temporary roads for the construction, maintenance, and repairs of these proposed lines. We could go to the next slide. So sorry, can we go back one? The previous slide shows the, there you go, shows the different areas we're going to look at in the next few slides so we can see them in a little more detail. We can now move forward. Thank you. All right, so this is showing coming out of the Walker River substation in the southeast corner, bottom right of the map. They're going to head straight across and then start angling up northeast. Two of the lines are running parallel together almost all the way till they hit, I believe, Highway 50. And the third line is the one that's a little bit north of the other. If we could go to the next slide. Here we're running through Mason Valley, coming up alongside, starting to come into Stagecoach and the southern part of Silver Springs. And you can see clearly here where the two lines to the west divert from the one line to the east. Next slide. And this gives us the rest of the portion up to Highway 50. And you can see the two lines going to the north. That's hitting the edge of Mark Twain, the eastern edge of it, and part of Stagecoach. The line to the east is running up along Stagecoach and close to the Silver Springs area. At Highway 50, as it continues up, it's going to continue north through Stagecoach and then in through along USA Parkway up to Story County. The next map. Thank you. So we have a lot of master plan districts that this 90 miles runs through. We run through Dayton, Mason Valley, Silver Springs, Stagecoach, and some of the general land use north area. That's the portions that are not mapped within our designated communities. We have master plan designations. You can see the whole list. We cover pretty much everything but some suburban. No, we do have suburban residential as well. We cover pretty much many parts of the county or the master plans in the county. And our zoning does allow for power lines like this to go through all of these master plan areas. We could go to the next slide. So now we come to the zoning. Under Title 10 and then the applicable Title 15, we're covering commercial, industrial, and RR5, 10, and 20 in rural residential. These are the zoning districts we're crossing. And again, Title 15 does allow in our land use tables for 60 kilovolt and greater to go through these zoning districts with a CUP. If we could go to the next. So we look at the findings in chapter 15.230.06 for a conditional use permit. We can go to the next. So bringing out some highlights of it, as I stated, these are consistent with the master plan's contemplated uses, and the Gentile lines do meet the goals and policies for utility corridors and transmission lines. The applicant has done their best to avoid existing impacts on existing neighborhoods, as well as routing as much as possible to avoid those neighborhoods and other sensitive areas in the county, generally trying to stick along lines where lines exist or have been proposed and trying to stay as much as they can in the designated utility corridors. The applicant, as always, is going to be responsible for meeting all the conditions in this CUP. That's going to include maintenance and dust control on roadways, maintenance agreements with the counties, and still coming forward, they're going to need to get building permits, grading permits, everything else they need from us and the state to build. The applicant also is held to the National Electric Safety Code requirements and all building codes as a condition of approval. This will help ensure that the proposed conditional use will not be materially detrimental to public health, safety, and welfare of Lyon County residents. If we could go to the next page.
The Planning Commission heard this item on June 10th. There was a split vote, 3-2, to forward a recommendation of approval to the Board of County Commissioners. The commissioners that were opposed did not give a clear reason and didn't really ask questions, so I can't give you a good reason why. I'm just assuming it could be the impacts and some of the public comments that were mentioned. So I do have the recommended motion, but I have one more slide I'd like to talk about before we get to the end. As I stated earlier, the applicant does intend to come forward with a future CUP amendment for the portion of the project north of Highway 50. For full transparency, the CUP amendment will be brought back to the Board of County Commissioners as per the following code sections. A condition under the conditional use section, a conditional use permit may be modified or amended in accordance with Chapter 12 of Section 12 of Chapter 15. Section 12 states that anything that's not a minor revision, which extending the lines isn't, the applicant has to come back to the final decision maker in accordance with the procedures established for the original approval. So I just wanted to bring this out, be very transparent. The applicant will be coming back shortly with a CUP amendment to continue those last, I believe, maybe it's less than that. Maybe it's about 10 miles that extend from Highway 50 North up to Story County. But with that, I am available for questions, and the applicant also has a presentation. And, oh, if I may add, thank you. Thank you very much for allowing me to be on Zoom today. It's not my preferred way, but I appreciate your understanding.
Thank you. Is there any questions from the board or Lisa now? Okay, we'll move on to.
I get
Commissioner Hockaday.
You know, looking at these black and white maps that we get, would you happen to know what the closest residential areas would be from this power line?
Yeah, okay. The closest residential are going to be up in the Stagecoach area. And there are a few properties where it crosses the river that are nearby within probably a couple thousand feet of a few existing residences. The greater impact to existing residences is going to be north of Highway 50, and I believe the applicant could address that in more detail.
Any other questions? Okay, we'll move on to the presentation from NV Energy.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Charles Hutchinson with WSP. I'll sign in. WSP is the owner's engineer for NV Energy on the Greenlink Nevada transmission project. And as owner's engineer, we're providing design and engineering services to NV Energy, as well as environmental scientist services. Personally, I'm responsible for all of the local, state, and federal non-NEPA permitting that is required for the project to be constructed and operated. Today, we'll just have a short presentation about what Greenlink Nevada transmission project is in general. And then we'll go into the common site facilities that are the subject of the CUP application. And at the beginning here, I just want to thank the commissioner for having us back. I was here about 2.5 years ago for a similar conditional use permit application for the Walker River substation, which is in construction right now about 10 miles north here of Yerington. At that time, I mentioned that the Walker River substation was going to be the first piece of this project in Lyon County. The second piece is the reason we're here today for this conditional use permit application for the 345 kV lines that make up the common tie facilities that orient from, as we'll see here in a few minutes, from the Walker River substation west and northwest, generally up to the Story County border. And as Lisa mentioned, we have a CUP amendment that we just filed last week, about this time last week with Lisa's office. That will include the facilities north of Highway 50 to the Story County border. Just Couple more introductions. I'm joined here by NV Energy team members, Adam Goderoff, who's a project engineering director, Tiffany Beach, who's the director of transmission development, and Linda Bissett with WSP, who's leading our stakeholder outreach activities. Just a brief agenda, like I mentioned, we'll go through the Greenlink Nevada transmission project with an overview of how the project actually began 6 years ago. The timeline for how events have transpired since then, and the federal review we have to go through to be able to construct the project. And then we'll talk about specifically the Greenlink West Common NEPA process, because we've been getting a lot of feedback from community members about how the process was arranged, and just wanted to have more insight into how the decisions were made and the resources that were analyzed in the EIS, and how the BLM came to the decision that it has for the routes that were selected. We'll then go into common tie facilities with just an overview of what the facilities are, kind of a rehash of what Lisa just had presented as far as the line routes and how they orient in Lyon County. The proposed project facilities will show a map of that, and you'll be able to see in that map how these proposed facilities match up with existing transmission lines and how that orients within Lyon County. Talk a little bit about the local, state, and federal permit process that we have to go through. It's not just Lyon County or Story County. There's a list of state permits that we need to have in place, as well as federal approvals from the BLM and other federal agencies for land that we cross into their jurisdiction. We'll wrap it up with some information about the project schedule in Lyon County, and then close out with some project contact information, which includes a website you can visit to get more information about the project, and an email address so that members of the public and yourselves can actually post questions to NV Energy and the other team members and get responses back. So this slide presents the Greenlink Nevada transmission project in general. If you think about transmission lines as interstates, if you kind of analogize it to the transportation system, high voltage transmission lines like the one that we're providing here or proposing from the Greenlink Nevada transmission project are like your interstates. The lower voltage distribution lines are basically the local streets that go to your house or your business. This map here shows on the right-hand side, the solid red line is the Nevada Online project, which has been in operation for several years now. The line to the west here, kind of going from Las Vegas up to Reno, is Greenlink West. And then the common tie areas here originate at the Walker River substation and just route up to the Mira Loma substation in the city of Reno and the Comstock Meadows substation in Story County. So that's basically the second part of the Greenlink Nevada transmission project. The third part is the Greenlink North transmission line, which will extend from the Walker River substation east over to the Ely area to the Robinson Summit substation in White Pine County. So basically, this triangle of transmission, if you want to call it that, provides a redundant, resilient, more reliable system than what's currently in place today. And we'll get to some of the key features here in a few minutes, but I just wanted to present this first map to kind of list out the components of the Greenlink Nevada transmission project and what's specifically the subject of the CUP application at this time in Lyon County. So the purpose, as I just mentioned, is the redundancy, resiliency, and reliability. Being able to provide a looped transmission system provides NV Energy the ability to serve its customers better. Right now, there's the need for increased capacity on the system, NV Energy's existing system, which is why they've embarked on promoting the NV Energy Greenlink Nevada transmission project. It's also needed for reliability so that if power fails in one area, NV Energy can direct the flow of electricity to the power source that's needing electricity and still maintain power to the existing customers. So that reduces the potential for outages and increases the reliability of the system and increases the power that's going to your home or business, or in many cases, the critical infrastructure like police, fire, and rescue services that are needing electricity for their services and facilities. A few key considerations to keep in mind is that this project is mandated by the State Senate Bill 448, which was passed in 2021, which requires NV Energy to build into its system certain high voltage infrastructure to be able to accommodate what the state sees as the existing and future demand for customers in the state. It's being designed to handle current and future electricity needs. It's not being developed specifically solely for a data center or a wind farm or a solar farm or any other kind of large industrial or commercial development. It's being developed to actually serve existing customers so that they can benefit from increased reliability and improved resiliency of the system. So the overall project began in May of 2020 when NV Energy filed with the PUCN its amended integrated resource plan, which is required to file every 2 years to let the PUCN know what facilities are needed, why they're needed, how much it's going to cost. And the PUCN ultimately makes that decision on this wish list of projects, which ones can get funded based on economics and engineering data that NV Energy provides to it. In March of 2021, the PUCN granted NV Energy approval of their system components that we'll talk about that form the Greenlink Nevada Transmission Project. And then in July of 2021, the Nevada governor signed Senate Bill 448 that requires NV Energy to build this infrastructure. At that point, the BLM gets involved because much of the land between Vegas and Reno, of course, and Reno and Ely is on federal property. So the Greenlink West Transmission Project is a BLM project where the BLM is the lead federal agency per the National Environmental Policy Act of 1969 is required to run through a battery of environmental resources and assess impacts on those resources from different alternative routes that were analyzed in the EIS. And the same process is going forward right now on Greenlink North, which is still in the EIS process with the BLM. Specifically, when we talk about Greenlink West and the common time facilities, this just presents some information about the timeline for when the NEPA process began with the BLM. Back in May of 2022, the BLM began the process, and then May 28th, 2023, the BLM published the draft EIS and the record of the resource management plan amendments. When the BLM embarks on projects like this, they have to basically amend their land use plans, their resource management plans to figure out what impacts the project might have on their existing plans, whether it's utility corridors, wildlife protections, land use, realty, grazing allotments, mineral rights, a whole host of resources that they have to include in their resource management plans. In June of 2024, the BLM published the final EIS and the resource management plan amendment. And then on September of 2024, they published the record of decision, which is basically their summary document saying, we analyzed all the alternatives, we analyzed all the impacts on resources, and here are the routes that we are giving NV Energy the authority to construct based on all of the analysis that we've conducted. And at the bottom of the page here is just a link to where you can find all of the project documents associated with the Greenlink West EIS. I've just put the document link there, but on that same page, you can find all of the mapping data. So if folks wanted to know how close they were to the line, they can go in and look at the mapping data, figure out, looking at the maps, where the lines orient, close to their area. And if they have questions, they can contact the BLM to get more information specifically about routes that might be in their area. One of the primary pieces of NEPA is to coordinate and consult with affected agencies and organizations, and that includes Native American tribes. So in this slide, we just list here all of the opportunities that the public has had to provide input throughout the BLM's NEPA process. It started with public input workshops, which were basically workshops where the BLM was soliciting comments from the public even before they published a notice of intent in the Federal Register to prepare an EIS. They went a step further and said, okay, let's put some public input workshops together to get some initial feedback from customers and residents in this area about what their concerns might be and resources we should analyze in the EIS. After the notice of intent was published in the Federal Register, then they go into the public scoping comment period where they hold meetings and workshops to and take more comments from the public to understand what resources need to be analyzed in the EIS, which resources might be considered but removed from analysis because they don't rise to the level of being critical to include in the EIS. So that's another opportunity for the public to get involved. At that stage, there were approximately 300 notifications sent to individuals, agencies, organizations, Native American Indian tribes. In the EIS in section 5, it lists all the different coordination efforts that the BLM went through. Table 5-1 lists the 35 tribes that the BLM consulted from Las Vegas all the way up to Yerington and up to Reno to receive comments from the Indian tribes as far as what their concerns were, land uses that are sensitive to them, cultural resources that are sensitive to them. So people can look at that document and see how many tribes were engaged, who the consultation letters were sent to, and if meetings were attended by different tribes. As we go through the consultation and coordination process, the BLM also held in-person public scoping meetings to receive comments at workshops. So not just online or virtual, but physical locations where they held meetings to receive public comments. They also had a public comment period after they released the draft EIS. That's one of the other tenets of NEPA, is to receive comments after the draft EIS is published to get feedback on what your concerns and comments are. The BLM takes those comments and basically the comments of substance get addressed in the EIS. And then after the final EIS is issued, there's a public protest period where people can also provide comments on the final EIS and receive some information from the BLM about how that might be addressed in the record of decision that's ultimately issued. So the basic meat of the EIS is to identify and evaluate the proposed action and the alternatives that the BLM was going to be studying. The second piece is to identify and basically evaluate cumulative impacts, not only how this project will affect resources, but this project added with other projects going on in the area, whether it's a mining project, a solar development, a data center, other kinds of commercial and industrial developments, how this project may or may not contribute cumulatively to the impacts on a resource when you look at the entire picture, as we've been talking about here earlier today with other developments that are going on in and around Lyon County. This list here of the affected resources are the resources that the BLM analyzed in the EIS. Sometimes we get comments from members of the public wanting to know about, what did you study about wildlife species or threatened and endangered species or archaeological artifacts. This list here is all of the major categories of resources that the BLM evaluated in the EIS. One thing to point out on that list back there was that in the back of the EIS, there's basically from A to Z, literally, a set of management plans that deal with air quality, all the way down to zoning, wildlife considerations, Native American religious concerns. There's basically an appendix plan, a management plan that attaches itself to that analysis. And those plans have hundreds of mitigation measures when you add them all up that NV Energy has to comply with before they can be basically proceeded to be given authority to construct the project. So there's a long list of mitigation measures that NV Energy has to comply with, and their compliance inspection contractor is right now at this moment making sure that they're complying with all the conditions that are stipulated in the BLM's right-of-way grant before they can actually start construction. And while they're constructing, those measures have to be implemented. And the CIC and the compliance inspection contractors out in the field making sure that construction contractor and NV Energy are following the rules and regulations that the BLM has set forth. So this map, in combination with the ones that Lisa had mentioned in her presentation, shows the Walker River substation down here in the lower right. That's essentially, if you want to think of the transmission system as a set of highways, this is basically the major interchange where transmission lines come in and transmission lines go out. And that substation is currently being constructed about 10 miles north here along Sierra Way. Move back one, there we go. The three 345 kV transmission lines come out of Walker River Substation and extend west. Two of them parallel each other all the way to the Story County line. That's the Mira Loma to Walker River transmission line and the Comstock number 1 to Walker River transmission line. The third line parallels the two lines up to about this area here, and then diverges to go straight north, crosses Highway 50 at Stagecoach, and then parallels USA Parkway to the Story County border. The subject of this application that we're here today to discuss, like Lisa mentioned, is basically these three lines up to the Highway 50 corridor. The small pieces of the lines that are north of Highway 50 in this area to the Story County border, and the Comstock number 2 line, which extends north from Highway 50 up to the Story County border. That is the subject of the CUP amendment that we filed last week with the Community Development Department. Also on this map, just for context, the proposed transmission lines are in yellow, but I also wanted to add in the existing transmission lines, and those are the colored lines here, purple, blue, red, and green, just to provide some context as far as how these proposed transmission lines fit into the network of existing transmission lines that have been up and operating for years now. So just to give some more clarity to folks in the public domain who might be seeing these 3 yellow lines and thinking that's the only thing out here. These existing lines have been in operation for many years now, and they're situated in Lyon County, Story County, and as you can see, up into northern Story County and then over into Reno itself. So just to give some context about how this project and the transmission lines fit into the existing network. Lots of times people want to know what these transmission structures will look like. You know, it's one thing to look at a black and white diagram. I'm not an engineer, so when I look at things that the engineers give me, it's, can you give me something in color? Can you give me a map of what this actually is going to be looking like and where it's going to be oriented? These two pictures represent the typical structures that NV Energy will build for these 345 kV transmission lines. The image on the left is what's known as a tangent structure. Those are structures that are basically in line with each other, where the conductor's in a single straight line. And it's an H-frame construction design here. Basically, it's an H-frame because there's 2 legs, and then the crossbar forms a kind of an H shape there. So that's why it's an H-frame structure. The image on the right is 3-pole dead-end structure. The dead-end structures and angle structures are in place where the line changes direction. So if it's going north and then has to turn west, you'll often see these 3-pole structures there where the line has to change direction. So those transmission foundations are larger than the tangent structure foundations because they have to support the weight of the line going in 2 different directions and the tension that's placed on the lines in 2 different directions versus just the linear fashion of the tangent structures. And we've given a representative height range here for each of these structures. The tangent structures are typically 85 to 125 feet as typical. And then the height range for the 3-pole dead end structures is generally between 75 feet and 140 feet above ground based on site-specific characteristics, and terrain is also a factor in as far as the height of the structures. Also, we have to comply with FAA regulations, so that dictates how high we can be in certain places based on navigable airspace that the FAA has jurisdiction over. So the proposed transmission line routes that are the subject of the current CUP application in Lyon County for the common tie facilities. The Mira Loma to Walker River transmission line crosses 7.7 miles of private property between Walker River and Highway 50. The Comstock Meadows number 1 line, which basically parallels the Mira Loma line, crosses 7.8 miles, so virtually the same distance as the Mira Loma to Walker River transmission line. The Comstock Meadows Walker River number 2 transmission line, which diverges and goes east and then north, crosses 13.6 miles of private land. And these numbers here, 7.7, 7.8, and 13.6 are for the entire length, so between Walker River and the Story County border. It's shorter length in the current CUP application that's the subject of this. So that 7.7 is really about 7.65 right now. The 7.8 is 7.75, and then the 13.6 is roughly eight miles right now. So the remainder of that is the subject of the amendment that we filed with Lisa last week. But this just gives you the total private land crossings that the transmission lines will cross between Walker River and the Story County border. There's also a proposed distribution line. One of the other key elements of the NV Energy Greenleaf Nevada transmission project system is telecommunications, microwave sites and optical amplifier fiber optic cable that maintain system communications between substations and along the transmission line to identify if there are any faults that might occur. That information is relayed back to NV Energy's control center where they can monitor it 24/7 to see if a line is running hot or if there was a huge wind event or another kind of severe weather event, what damage might be and where that damage is so they can pinpoint it. That telecommunications network has to have power to operate. So that's where the distribution lines come in. And the distribution lines are similar to the ones you see along your city streets and in other areas that are separate from the high voltage transmission lines. The proposed distribution line in this case for Lyon County will be a short transmission line about 1/4 mile long that runs between an optical amplifier site just south of Highway 50 at Annette Avenue, and then runs under Highway 50. We're getting an NDOT permit for that underground work, and then it connects to an existing distribution line just on the north side of Highway 50. And as I mentioned, the proposed telecommunication facilities, there's an optical amplifier site. That's just the one that's just south of Highway 50 along Annette Avenue. That's known as Whiskey Flats. And then there's a microwave tower site on BLM land that's been in operation for more than 20 years. That's called Pine Nut Peak. NV Energy's designs for that one is just basically to shrink the existing size of the microwave dish from about 6 feet diameter to 4 feet. So there's no expansion in the footprint. They're just retrofitting that existing facility with some new equipment. So the next couple slides go through the permitting process in Lyon County. This first slide just talks about the land use permitting process, which is step 1 of the construction approvals. And then step 2 is the construction related permits that I'll get to in the next slide. Basically in February of 2025, we had a meeting with the Community Development Department to do a pre-application meeting so that we knew what requirements were attached to the conditional use permit and what we needed to provide in our application. In April of 2025, we submitted the first conditional use permit application to the county. It was ultimately deemed incomplete because we didn't have all of the landowner signatures or the affidavits and the easements acquired at that time based on the county's code that we provide that information. NV Energy had been continuously working with affected landowners to negotiate easements and get signatures on the affidavit forms, but at the time we first submitted it in April 2025, only a few had actually signed the affidavit form and the application form. So we took a year to actually work with all of the landowners. As Lisa mentioned, there's 16 private landowners. We've got all of those signed onto the project now, but it took a year to actually get all of those signed affidavits included in the application. So back in April of 2026, just a couple of months ago, we provided the resubmitted or the revised CUP application that includes all of those signed affidavits and easement agreements that have been recorded with the assessor here. On June 10th, we were here in front of the Planning Commission to present the project and receive a recommendation of approval, and that vote, as Lisa mentioned, was 3-2. We presented some basic information, the same as what we're presenting here today. The difference with this presentation is we added some slides to talk about the BLM NEPA process to provide more information about how the public was engaged throughout the process and the opportunities that they had to provide comments on the project as it progressed through the BLM NEPA process. Obviously today, here in front of the Board of County Commissioners for the CUP application. And then on August 6th, as Lisa had mentioned, we'll be back in front of this board for the CUP amendment, which is only for the facilities from Highway 50 north to the Story County border. The second piece of permitting is construction permitting, and NV Energy's construction contractor, Mostec or TND Power, you may have seen that logo on some of the trucks. They'll be applying for access permits, grading permits, any kind of earthwork that needs to be happen, any building permits that might be needed, as well as a road, basically a road use and maintenance agreement where they will videotape the roads that they're using for construction access to document pre-construction conditions and then execute an agreement with the county in the way of a performance bond that says we can dip into this pool of money if we need to repair the roads, if the county wants to take that responsibility on themselves, or if they want NV Energy and its contractor to take on that responsibility. NV Energy is ultimately responsible for repairing the roads that might be damaged during construction activities, and that's what that road maintenance agreement is there for. We've got a similar agreement right now on the Lone Sierra Way that we executed with the county building department and the road supervisor back in 2024 for the Sierra Way, just along the south side of the Walker River substation. Some of the other local government coordination that we've been going through as Story County, we did the same, basically the same process in Story County and the city of Reno. We first start with a pre-application meeting with the county staff and the city staff so that we understand what their conditional use permit requirements, or in Story County's case, special use permit requirements are, so that we can line that out so that we can provide an application that meets the county's expectations so that when they get it, they're not saying, well, you're missing 5 elements here, you know, you need to go back and revise this and give it to us again. We have that upfront meeting so that we understand from the beginning what's required in the application and that we provide a complete application so that we make the most efficient use of the government's time. So we did that with Story County back in February 2025. We submitted a special use permit application to them this past November. We resubmitted that application just a few weeks ago at the beginning of June. Also because we didn't have all of the landowner signatures required that Story County wants to see in their application. And the same process went through in the city of Reno. We had a pre-application meeting with them back in March of 2025 or February of 2025. We submitted a special use permit application. It was ultimately deemed incomplete because we didn't have all the landowner signatures there required. So we just recently resubmitted that application to the city of Reno last Monday, the 22nd. And because in the city of Reno, the project is deemed a project of regional significance, we have to go through basically the Reno City Planning Commission, the city council. The city council will make a motion of amendment so that they can pass that decision on to the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Agency, so that Truckee Meadows can update their corridor mapping to include the Green Lake facility. So there's basically a little bit more of a process in the city of Reno than it is in Lyon County and Story County, where it's just the planning commission and the board. We have to go through an additional couple of bodies in the city of Reno for the regional planning agency to update their mapping. As I mentioned, it's not only local permits, but state permits. There's a list here of the state of Nevada permits that we've had to acquire for the Green Lake Nevada Transmission Project. Nevada Division of Environmental Protection, water quality permits, working waterways permits if we're driving construction vehicles in what the state considers a water of the state, which is basically anything that's considered that could hold water, whether it's dry or whether it's inundated or whether it's just an intermittent stream or an ephemeral stream. If it can hold water, the state considered it to be a quote unquote waters of the state. So we have to get a working in waterways permit such that allows construction vehicles to enter that waterway and work in that waterway subject to the terms of the permit. We also had to get a Nevada Division of Forestry permit for the take and collection of a sensitive rare plant that the state identifies as critical. So we did that. We also worked with the Nevada Division of State Lands to get a lands right-of-way agreement, specifically in this area for the Carson River crossings. Each of the 345 kV lines cross the Carson River, and the state has jurisdiction over the bed of that river. So it's a state land essentially. So we needed a state land permit and basically a right-of-way permit for crossing the Carson River. We're also working with NDOT to get any permits that are needed for right-of-way across their roadways. We'll be getting Highway 50 right-of-way permit for the aerial crossing. And Mostec is also, or TND Power is also obtaining permits for any access roads that might connect to Highway 50. NDOT has to know what's connecting to their facilities, and they have basically a permit approval process for getting those temporary access permits connecting to their facilities. WSP is responsible for obtaining the NDOT permits for the permanent aerial transmission line crossing of Highway 50 and other state and federal highways that NDOT has jurisdiction over. Ultimately, all of this rolls into our UWEPA application that we file with the Public Utilities Commission of Nevada. We have to file an application that says, here's what we propose to do. Here are the permits that we intend to obtain. The PUCN reviews our application, says that looks fine. Here's a compliance order saying, give us all the permits that you said you would obtain. We have to provide proof that we've received all of these permits. So at the end of the day, after we go through the Lyon County process and Story County and City of Reno and all the other state processes, all these permits, we have to provide that list and those documents, those permits to the state so that the PUCN can say, okay, you've satisfied the compliance order. You said you were going to get 10 permits, you got 10 permits. And then after we provide that evidence, they issue their UWEPA permit to construct, which is essentially the state's de facto kind of notice to proceed that you're good to, good to start construction now that you've satisfied this the compliance order. And last but not least, the federal authorizations, the BLM, of course, the NEPA process. After they issue the record of decision for the environmental impact statements, they provide issue a right-of-way grant to NV Energy to construct the project over a 30-year term, for the operation and maintenance of that proposed facility. They also issue a short-term right-of-way grant for 5 years, which covers construction activities. And then after they give us the short-term right-of-way grant and the right-of-way grant for long-term operation, they provide us with a notice to proceed, which is our green light that we can start construction. Corps of Engineers also involved for waters of the U.S. where we cross the navigable water or a wetland or another stream that the jurisdiction falls under the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. We have to get permits for those, as well as what I mentioned earlier about the Federal Aviation Administration. Each of the tower locations that we've plotted, we file with the FAA to see whether or not that triggers an airspace obstruction evaluation, whether or not we need to reduce the height of the tower or whether we need to mark or light the line. Those are often recommendations that the FAA prescribes to limit and to avoid impacts to navigable airspace. Just a couple more slides here. The project schedule for local, state, and federal permitting. We've been going through that here on the Common Tie project for the past year and a half, at least 2 years almost, 2025 and 2026. Construction in Lyon County would be expected to happen starting this fall and then extending into the spring of 2027. The first things that will be done are just, you may not notice that it's not heavy construction, but it's basically surveying and staking the right of way. So it's really non-intrusive. It's not heavy machinery moving into the right of way. It's just understanding where the transmission structures need to go based on the design that we've put together. And that kind of surveying and staking activity is the first thing that goes before the actual construction gets started. Yeah, and here's just again, project email that you can provide comments to and find out more information about the project from the team members, and the website where we've got frequently asked questions and all the other information that's associated with the project. I wanted to go back and just say that the BLM website that I put there is a great resource to find specific documents. If you have a concern about, a threatened or endangered species, or how they're treating land use and realty, or socioeconomics, or public health and safety, the EIS has all of that information evaluated for each of the alternatives that were identified in the routing process. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions or comments you might have.
Do we have any questions or comments from the board, starting with Commissioner Hockaday?
Yeah, first of all, just a comment on your page 8 of the packet that you gave us at the beginning of your briefing, NEPA process. You have 18 items there, starting with federal listed species, special species. You go down to general vegetation, resources, earth resources. The last item is public health and safety. Look at that as kind of a bad light. The last thing on your list is public health and safety. I would think that if you're gonna list things that you're of concern, the first one would be public health and safety. That's just my opinion, okay? Second, we have 30 miles of private land. So I was just wondering, how are you negotiating or working with the private land owners? Since you're gonna be crossing, it's about 28 miles of private property. How are you working that issue?
I'll just address the first comment first, that list there of the resources, that's from the table of contents in the EIS. The BLM happened to just list public health and safety as the last item. It's by no means a list of priorities here. Yeah.
But I mean, so I looked at that and went, wow, the last
Right.
thing on the
No,
list. Gee,
No,
that's important.
that's, yeah, that's just happens to be how the BLM listed their resources.
They might change. Okay, that's my point. They might think about that because people will look and say, gosh, my safety and health is more important than natural vegetation. Okay.
Sure.
So just an issue that I looked at immediately and caught and said, wow, that's a bad image. That's enough for me.
Yeah.
Personality.
Thank you. Yeah, a couple things. I believe Commissioner Hockaday asked earlier, when Lisa was presenting, what the closest residential, I know most of this is on BLM.
Right.
But, what is the closest residential property, or not necessarily the property line, but the actual residence? Yeah.
Right. Like Lisa had mentioned, it's primarily where we get into closer proximity to houses is where we approach Highway 50. And basically between as you're going over, we have a visual simulation of this that we prepared. If you were going east on Highway 50 and you know where Occidental Drive is and the Maverick that's on the left.
Right.
Basically between that point and there's a water tank up on the ridge as you're crossing over the hill. That's where the line is coming through. So it's approximately a mile from Occidental Drive to that crossing up on the ridge of the hill. And it's approximately, say probably half a mile from the other side where you go down the hill and it's Caroline Way. There's a residential community there. That's probably more than, I would say that's probably about a half a mile between that ridge line and then Caroline Way. So the closest would be for this particular south of Highway 50 is within half a mile. It's around a half a mile.
Okay, that's it.
Yeah.
One of the other items that came up at the advisory board level was concern on the microwaves. And I know those are way up on the ridge tops, and I don't know if you want to touch on that
yes,
real quick again. And then one last question. North of Highway 50, I know there's a lot of sensitive Native American Lago Morcino Canyon. I know a lot of that is on the Story side, but I don't see anything in the NEPA addressing that. And I know we looked at that when I was on the Comstock Historic District like 4 years ago, when this was first coming forward, as far as, and the NEPA process hadn't been completed at that time, but I'm just wondering if that was addressed as far as that sensitive area.
We've had discussions with Kathy Canfield, the planning director for Story County, and we've actually taken a site visit after the Largo Morcino petroglyphs to understand. Her concern was how far is this from these petroglyphs, and are the access roads that you're using, is that going to perpetuate, more people going out? When we were up there, Adam and myself and others, we saw evidence of vandalism. Folks had chipped off some of the rocks and had taken them. It was pretty clear where vandalism had occurred, but between the Miraloma-Walker River line and the petroglyphs is about 0.8 miles, and the transmission line is basically going east-west, and the petroglyphs are here. And then the access roads that we have to get there are all existing roads that we're not creating an attractive nuisance for people to go up there and to vandalize more. The petroglyphs, I didn't read the full EIS, but because it's on private land, the BLM doesn't get involved on private land because they don't have jurisdiction there. So it may not be addressed specifically in the EIS, but it's something that Story County has brought to our attention. And that we've had several discussions with them about
yes, we're not perpetuating access to the petroglyphs. We know that there's, and we took a field trip up there, and you have to really want to get there to get there.
Yeah.
It's a 4x4 trail, and that there may be some hiking access that provides access to that.
You're not proposing like a new,
No,
road that's gonna.
no,
Yeah.
we're not paving any roads that will lead to the petroglyphs. We're just using existing roads. We may need to improve those in certain places, but it's by no means going to be, new access to the petroglyphs.
Good enough. I know that a lot of that's on the other side of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you could touch on the microwave,
Sure.
the existing microwaves and what you're proposing to do with them.
Sure, I can let Adam speak. He used to be on the telecom group, so he's the expert on microwaves.
Good afternoon, Adam Goddard, I'm the engineering director for the transmission portion of Greenlink. Give me a moment to jot my name down here. And I just wanted to add on to what Charles said on your second question. I'll answer that one first. In addition to all the studies that have been done, the Bureau of Land Management requires that a compliance inspection contractor, a CIC, be assigned to any construction project. Those folks report directly to BLM. We fund their payment, we pay the bill, but they work directly for BLM. Those CICs, they're different people. They include biologists and archaeologists, a bunch of environmental monitors. They are required to be on site with our construction crews at all times throughout all of construction. They also bring on board THPOs, Tribal Historic Preservation Officers. So they have representation from the tribes to be on site to identify any potential Native American findings. So there's an added level of that. And also there are some areas of cultural significance or archaeological significance that is not readily shared in all the public documents because they don't want folks going out and vandalizing them. So that is communicated to the CICs who work with our folks out in the field to make sure we are not damaging anything like that. So I just want to touch on that, just add to that. With regard to the microwave, whether it's here in Lyon County or throughout the entire system, just a quick little background. The way our transmission system works, our electrical system, is just like all the other ones in the country and throughout the world. For a transmission line of this type, we have two methods of communication. One is we have a fiber optic cable on that line that is in the shield wire position where it's meant to take a lightning strike. So we're not adding any additional wires up there. That's our primary source of communication. And then the microwave radio system is the secondary. Just so we have a fully reliable system. If one were to go out, fiber optic cable were to get shot or damaged somehow, we have microwave as a secondary source of communication. As far as the microwave, in this particular location, Pine Nut, that site has been there for over 25 years. Even back in my old telecom days, over 20 years ago, I did work at that location. So that is not a new site. Charles just listed it because we are touching it. We just want to be transparent. And what we're doing is we're actually taking out a radio that's this big, and technology these days allows us to put in a radio this big. It's much more efficient, and because it's more efficient, it allows us to take the 6-foot antenna that's there today and reduce it down to 4-foot size. So it's actually changing from 6 feet down to 4 feet. I know at the meeting there was a concern about microwave radio waves. In the case of microwave, there's two types of radio systems. One is omnidirectional, like your Wi-Fi router or your handheld radio that police, fire use. And then there's microwave radio. That is strictly point to point. So you have a microwave station here, one here, and it has a radio beam that goes between. There are no microwave radio waves that emanate to where the ground level is, to where people are. These sites are several thousand feet up. They're on mountaintop sites, and it's a microwave radio beam, because if it wasn't, we wouldn't be able to communicate. It's a very focused beam. So I can assure you 0 microwave radio waves will get down to this level. Otherwise, it defeats the purpose of that type of communication system.
Excellent. Thank you for that clarification. Appreciate it.
Mr. Jacobson. Thank you. I believe I chatted with Ms. Said a little bit on the phone on Monday about this, but have you had to use eminent domain on any of this on the private property to get through, or on this project at all?
For this particular piece from Walker River up to the Highway 50, there was one landowner, and Tiffany can provide some more information, but of the 16 private landowners, 15 were willing to negotiate easements. The We had the 16th one say off the bat, I don't want to talk about a negotiated easement. I want you to go, through with the condemnation process and just get that process started now. He retained an attorney, and then that attorney has been working in hand with NV Energy's legal team.
Right. And I guess my point wasn't to be controversial, is the court's already ruled that yes, it's gonna go through. And they support this because it's for betterment of the public.
I can let Tiffany speak to more on the eminent domain process and how the courts are ruling.
Tiffany Beach, good afternoon. So yes, we went through the condemnation process. Like I said, it was friendly. It was to everybody's benefit. The gentleman really didn't want to have to spend the money on negotiations for years. So that's why when it went ahead, it was, like I said, a condemnation. But part of the intent of that condemnation was to get the final ruling. The final ruling came out. We do have right of occupancy. We did receive that. So we received that back in June, or the beginning of June. So we did receive that.
Right on. Thank you.
And if I can add just one thing, just in general with regard to private properties. When we began the project, we also sent out notices to any potential private parcels that we thought we may cross. And because we were also seeking right of entry so we could get on there and do some necessary surveys. So we sent out packages tailored to each property owner, letting them know generally where we thought at the time. And remember, this is the very early days conceptual level of design, where we thought the lines would go. And also some imagery as to what it might look like. So we did that for each individual private party, whether we thought we would be there or not, we just didn't know. So we just wanted to get the word out at that time. So all private parties were notified well in advance, and we've been working with them for the last couple of years.
So when you guys go back and forth, can you state your name for the record so that on the recording, it knows who was talking?
Yes, sorry about that. Adam Goddard, NV Energy.
I had one question. You have the Nevada State Division of State Lands for a right-of-way permit crossing the Carson River. And you've already gone through that process. But now we have a new state park right there. And was there any consideration on the setting of the poles that go around there? But I don't even know if it goes through there or not, or where the state park is actually in relationship to that.
Was it the state park?
The brand new one, they haven't named it yet.
Okay.
They just sent out a thing yesterday that they're going through a naming process.
Okay.
So it's 4.5 miles of the river there. And I think my county manager would know where that was. I just didn't know if you guys had taken in any consideration of the height of the poles or the setting of the poles in relationship to a state park.
Yes, during the BLM's NEPA process, they look at parks and recreation areas, but on the state level, they would basically do an inventory of what's there. And if it hasn't been basically named or officially designated, it may not have been in the EIS as far as what the routes are going to do and how tall the poles are going to be relative to a prospective future park that wasn't designated during the NEPA process.
So is it basically out of the question now for you to have communication with the state parks to see if the heights are. I don't want to put a hitch in your giddy up here, but I was just asking if you could still have that communication with them.
We would still have that communication with them as far as, we're going through that process right now, even though the line is, the BLM has set where the line has been deemed to be the most appropriate. That's not exactly always the final decision because we have to work with individual landowners, as Adam was saying, to fine tune, I want the pole here on my property, not here. Can we move that within? So there is some future modifications that happen even after the BLM's NEPA process is done. It's not set in stone that you can't talk to any more state agencies. This is where it's going. So that's not part of the process. So NV Energy coordinates regularly with the State Lands Division and the Parks Departments to make sure that, hey, listen, this wasn't a park 3 years ago, but now it is. Is there something we can do to mitigate the effects of having the transmission poles or where they're placed relative to state parks?
Yeah, and I don't even know if there is a problem. I just wanted you guys to put your eyes on it.
Yeah.
Adam Goddard of NV Energy. And just to add, when the Bureau of Land Management went through that NEPA process, that very lengthy 4-year long environmental permitting process, they've reviewed a number of other state parks within the state. So they provide us guidelines through which they'd like us to design, they want it in cases where they want to limit structure height or something like that. So we would apply those engineering principles throughout. So generally, unless there's a special case for a special state park, we would apply those same principles throughout. So, try to minimizing visual impact to the extent possible.
Thank you.
Chair, if I may, Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Manager. So the new state park, it was previously private land. It wasn't BLM land. And it was just recently transferred to the state, I think, in the last couple of weeks. It's out Fort Churchill Road, east of Dayton. So kind of, I can get with you and show you a map.
I don't have any more questions. Is there any public comment?
Leo Solari, on that subject we're talking about, can we get Governor Lombardo to sign off on this? He set up this park there. It's new. This has been going on for years. A lot of changes have happened in the last couple of years. Can we update this? I'd really like to see these signed property agreements, because last time we came in here a year ago, they didn't have them signed. You guys did your job. You said, get out of here. Now they got them signed. I'd like to see them. Are they all signed off? Normally we just take their word for it, but love many, trust few.
The only thing I'll say is, do you share all your signed documents with the public? So let's go through this. Let's get all public comment, and then you guys can address it.
Patricia Jubin. And at the advisory board meeting in Silver Springs, I think it was in April. Excuse me. We were told that for the lines going on the west outskirts of Fort Churchill, that they would eventually blend in. How? How are they going to blend in? These lines are huge, and that beautiful view is going to be gone. So it was just a weird comment. They don't blend in. We were also told that the data centers were, Green Link was not here for the data centers. Well, Microsoft already has an application in. I have a thing here from New Project Media that the substation, along with the planned Green Link West and Green Link North transmission lines, are designed to serve growing power demand from a large-scale energy consumers like Monarch. So this has all been planned out, in my opinion. I just don't like being gaslit. It's kind of, some of the comments are just not fair to the public, in my opinion. So that's all I want to say.
Hello, Mandy Bernan, Stagecoach resident. I guess I'm a little confused in the comments that he was saying, talking about Maverick and Occidental. On this map, on his presentation, this is 10 Mile Hill. Maverick and Occidental are over here, so I'm a little bit confused if there's another line somewhere. Also, in how close they are, and this is part of the concern I have. I followed the BLM EIS process through the whole thing. Their maps were very coarse. They focused on the high 525 kilovolt lines. And the distribution lines, they called them, their maps were very coarse. I didn't even realize there was 3 lines going through Stagecoach. And of the 26 APNs listed, 16 of them are in Stagecoach. So it will impact this 8 square mile acre valley quite a bit. So talking about how close they are to home. So right here, if you can see this, you know, these are the course maps. You can see a little bit of a crink right there, right under the word Stagecoach. You can't really tell where that is. And I did ask the question if people adjacent to these lines were contacted by NV Energy. And the answer was no, only if the lines were going to cross their property. So this is a blow up of that little section. This is Highway 50. I originally thought the line went up here. I don't know if it goes across here or here, but there's a home right there. That's 250 feet. This is off the assessor's website, Lyon County Assessor's Office. So there is a concern that although they may have contacted people that they're going to have the lines on, what about if you're right next to it? And this person bought their home a couple of years ago. You know, I don't think they expected to have a transmission line right next to it. So that is one of the concerns is just, you know, where it is. I'm not sure why they're referring to Maverick and Occidental. That's just a little confusing. Also, I also have concerns with the roads and flooding issues. I don't know if this was looked at, but as you know, Stagecoach just had flooding. We don't want these roads to become more drainage patterns. So we just want to ensure that there is something in place so that any kind of drainage issues are addressed. And the other issue is with the conditional use permit itself. So as you know, we've had issues with the temporary use permit on the laydown yard. They have been resolved, and I have read the process, but they were allowed to continue while the effects to the neighbors went on. We actually had one resident that ended up in ER because of complications from the amount of dust that was put into their home. So if we have these same kind of issues with this conditional use permit, there should be something in their permit that they have to stop operations until they correct it. And I know reading your regs currently, there isn't. I think this needs to be looked at. Yes, they did correct it eventually, but there were impacts. Thank you.
Is there any more public comment? Okay, we're gonna go on, and there's a phone number with the last 4 digits of 0775, and go ahead and speak. Could you state your name and your spelling of your name?
Hello, my name is Justina Yellow here, and I'm a resident of Lyon County. I want to respectfully ask that you deny or at least postpone the Green Link conditional use permit until all necessary studies, agency reviews, and public information have been completed. It's not simply a transmission line. It is an infrastructure that could influence the future development in Lyon County for decades. Once this is built, the impacts cannot be easily undone. Like the last member said, this is very close to people's homes. That is very, very, very concerning, especially if those people have not been notified. They don't know what effects these lines are going to have on their health. I'm also deeply concerned about the potential effects on our wildlife, our open spaces, and the residents who live near this project. Lyon County is our home. It's important to us. That's why we choose to live here. We love this place. It's an important wildlife habitat, including migration corridors and our wild horses. We want to be here because we love the beauty of this place, the peace, the real character of our community. That's why we want to be here. And these power lines are going to destroy our views, like the last person had mentioned. Those values deserve to be carefully protected before these irreversible decisions are made. As residents, we should not be asked to accept the uncertainty when the consequences could be permanent. If there are still unanswered questions, incomplete studies, or outstanding agency reviews, then this is not the time to approve this permit. We don't need to rush into this. We don't need to rush into all of this infrastructure like the data centers and the Lyon County Electric Ordinance. No amount of economic development is worth accepting unnecessary risks to our health of our families, our water, our air, our wildlife, or the environment we will, we need to leave this for future generations. I respectfully ask you to deny this permit or at least postpone it until the decision, or postpone your decision until all the necessary information is available and the public can be assured that every potential impact has been fully evaluated. So thank you for that. I also want to ask the commissioners how many public comments were submitted by email regarding this agenda item and whether all of those comments have been provided to you and reviewed by you, and if you will take those into consideration when making your decision. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dee. Could you spell your last name?
Yes, yellow hair. Yellow like the color, Hair.
Oh, yellow hair. Thank you. And I don't see any other public comment. And we did, for the record, we did receive all of our email board packets, all the communications that were sent. Any more information from the board? Commissioner Hendricks?
Yeah, based on the comments, I just wanted to make sure, I don't want there to be any misunderstandings. Do we know how close this is to the closest it gets to residences?
Charles Hutchinson. I can look at the maps and get you a definitive answer on the distance between the nearest line and the nearest residence. I don't have that answer off the top of my head, but when I was mentioning earlier along Highway 50, where we took visual simulations from, basically the line and where it crosses Highway 50 is more than half a mile from the nearest residence, but I can get that specific foot to this board. That specific distance.
And I guess I did have a question. Did you guys have to consider our area drainage master plan when you were doing any of this?
The BLM's contractor, Logan Simpson Design, when they were writing the EIS, one of the things that they look at in the land use section, which is one of the resources that was analyzed, land use and realty, and also in water resources, they look at master plans and comprehensive plans of counties that they're going through. And in the water resources section and in the earth resources section, they looked at, the drainage master plans, floodplain development plans, floodplain mapping to make sure that where they're going to situate the line is either in or out of floodplains or considers the policies that are adopted in drainage master plans from the different communities. So that's one of the things that they look at when they're going through their land use planning analysis of where should we put this line? Is it within a critical aquifer recharge zone? Is it in a floodplain? Is it close to wetlands? What other drainage characteristics do we need to consider? So that's all in the EIS, it's either in the land use, the water, or the earth sections of the EIS that would have that information in it.
Okay, I also have a question, I think, for Andrew, and I asked him that's privately, but I wanted to ask it so the public can hear. The county did send out notifications as we're required to if they're within a certain distance of this project, didn't we?
Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Manager. That is correct. So state law requires us to provide notification. So we send out a mailer to adjacent properties. Now, typically how that works is it's based off of a distance. However, when you're talking large parcels like this, sometimes you have to go out further. And so the planning department did send those out. But I see Senior Planner Nash is off of mute there, and she may be able to add a little bit more context because I believe she was the one that prepared the list for the mailers.
So is it fair to say we went a little bit above and beyond on that?
Yeah, again, we would typically go farther than that,
Okay.
what is required by law, especially when there's multiple large parcels out there.
Thank you.
Senior Planner Nash, did you have anything else you wanted to add to that?
I do. I have 2 points. To that, yes, we definitely notified. We sent out over 300 mailers, and we went a minimum of 300 feet or 30 property owners, but every time we go out further, we're notifying more than 30 for each individual parcel. So yes, in this case, there were over 300 letters sent out. And can I go back and address the signed agreements, if you don't mind, Chair?
Yeah.
Okay, I would like to address that question. Part of the reason this did not go forward last June was we did not have leases, signed agreements, or waivers, affidavits from every property owner, and staff refused to let this process proceed without that. Since that time, we were provided for all of the private properties. BLM doesn't have the same requirements, but for each of the private properties, we were either provided an executed lease, an affidavit signed by an applicant, or the finalized eminent domain document. So staff personally checked, I personally checked every single one of them against every APN because it did not feel right to me to move forward without every single property owner having an agreement in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Okay, it's an action item. Do we have a motion?
Chair Keller, based on the aforementioned findings and the following, and the findings being A through G, and the following 15 conditions of approval, I'll move that the Board of County Commissioners approve the request by Envy Energy for a conditional use permit for 3 445 kV transmission lines. The lines extend from Walker River Substation in Mason Valley to south of US Highway 50 in Dayton, spanning the general land use areas of North Mason Valley and Stagecoach, with a combined total length of approximately 90 miles. The project affects portions of 26 parcels, APNs 014, 051, 02, 041, 061, 02, 014, 091, 02, 03, 20, 21, 22, 23, 014, 101, 01, 015, 451, 12, 015, 451, 26, 27, 28, 29, 015, 511, 03, 015, 521, 19, 015, 531, 20, 015, 551, 04, 015, 681, 01, 015, 691, 01, 015, 701, 03, 015, 711, 04, 016, 021, 24, 26, 28, and finally 016, 023, 07, PLZ 2026, 024.
Do I have a second?
Mr. Chairman, Lisa Nash, Senior Planner.
Go ahead.
Could we correct the motion to be 014061002? I think Commissioner Jacobson inadvertently said 041.
Okay. Mr. Jacobson, are those again?
No, he got everything right, just the second one.
Second one, 014, 06102.
I think that's right.
Ms.
Sorry.
Nash.
Yes, that is correct. Thank you.
That clarification.
I need a clarification. The motion says a length of approximately 90 miles. The agenda item says 103.
Senior Planner Nash, do you have,
Yeah, yes, I apologize for the discrepancy. It was noticed as 103. We got a correction from the applicant after that it was 90. And I put that in inadvertently in the notices or in your agenda.
Okay.
Okay, so I have a motion from Commissioner Jacobson. Do I have a second?
Second it.
We have a second from Commissioner Hendricks. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes 5-0. This brings us to 17A. For possible action, approve a grant award from the Nevada Department of Public Safety, Office of Criminal Justice Assistance, Island State Crisis Intervention Program Formula Grant in the amount of $322,317, and allow Sheriff Brad Pope to sign the notice of subaward. Deputy.
Good afternoon, Commander Jeffrey Miller, Lyon County Sheriff's Office. This grant does a couple things. One of the things it does is it creates a new position for the behavioral health peace officer position that ceased existence when we lost grant funding from a previous grant in 2020. Behavioral health peace officer will be working as a co-responder model with the MOST program through Lyon County Human Services with Director Holmes's grant. It's also on the agenda here today. The second part of this grant provides significant funding. It's almost 50% of the grant to assist the sheriff's office in getting every deputy, dispatcher, and control room operator in the jail to be CIT certified, along with some other training for the behavioral health peace officer position and some overtime for the duties that that position will undertake. In our conversations with Mr. Foley, there were some other costs that were uncovered that I missed, that I will be able to, I've already reached out to the state, address through an amended award modification process. The biggest cost that was brought up was the cost of a vehicle for the new position. And Director Holmes can speak to, she's got some congressionally appropriated funds for that specific purpose. So the impact to the county outside of this grant should be minimal. It should, in the end, all be covered under this grant.
Did you have something to add?
Dr. Shayla Holmes, Director, Lyon County Human Services. For the record, I would just add some details regarding that vehicle. If you guys remember in our last, and it's hard to remember because they're so far behind at the federal level, but our last set of congressional direct spending appropriation applications, a MOST vehicle was in there and was successful. That was almost a year ago, and just now they're getting to that process. So we are in the application process. So the way the appropriations work is in the omnibus bills, they approve those, but then they direct them back out to federal agencies to give them as invitation only grants. So the money is ours, but we have to go through the grant application process. It is much simpler. We just have to do a budget, a quick scope, a narrative, but it has to go through that agency's process. So the first step of that application is due July 16th. The second step of that application is due July 26th. We are in that process now. So then somewhere after that, those funds will be awarded. And then somewhere after that, we'll be able to purchase that vehicle. But it is coming, and it is intended and already earmarked for Lyon County and for the purpose of that vehicle.
Thank you. Any questions for the board? Comments? Mr. Foley.
Josh Fuller, Lyon County Comptroller. For the record, Commander Miller might have brought this up, but just in case, to be crystal clear, this creates a brand new position when we accept this grant. If the position ends up not being funded by a federal grant in the future, we have the option of either picking that up and funding it through a county in future years, or having the position go away. If there's not a vacant position in the county for that person to step back into, there is a possibility that there will be unemployment for that position, but that would be the only thing that we haven't or that isn't funded through the grant at this point, or we anticipate will be funded through the grant.
And how long is this going to go for?
Through September 30th, 2027. Which is federal fiscal year end, as you know. Yeah.
Mr. Jefferson.
In light of what Mr. Foley just said, Mr. Miller, do you anticipate that affecting a possible hire for this position, or are you confident that one, you've got someone that is earmarked for, will be great at it, and then two, we all know there's always openings in the sheriff's department, just because of the nature, so, and I'm not saying, trying to make that sound as a negative, it's just being, that's just where we're at.
I did write the grant to fill this position from our current sworn staff. One of the reasons for that is, as everybody knows, when we hire a new deputy, we're looking at a potential 6 to 12 months training process before they're certified. So it wouldn't make sense to fund a position that we can't fill for 12 months. So we would fill it from our current sworn staff. That position would then need to be backfilled. The sworn staff member would move into the grant funded position. That position would need to be backfilled.
Absolutely.
Yes, on the funding end date, that's for, and Director Holmes is better at explaining this because she knows more about grants. The state did indicate they do have 4 years worth of funding in hand. This would have to be renewed year over year. They were very confident that the funding will be renewed year over year for at least 4 years.
Thank you for that, but the way I look at government is you're never guaranteed anything from the government, especially with elections, things change.
I would agree with that. Dr. Shayla Holmes, Director, Lyon County Human Services. The Department of Justice has subawarded, and they do have an active subaward to the state for these funds for a 5-year period. This would be, so there'd be 4 additional years, but they're issuing subawards annually. But you are correct, you know, things can change. But we wouldn't shift at the human services level. We came to you guys during the county budgeting process and asked to create a most clinician position, with it being 80% grant funded. We're shifting to this funding versus DPBH funding because that funding was coming to an end. And while talking with the folks at the state, they were very confident that this is the direction of which the DOJ is going. So we feel very confident at the human services side in accepting this award and being able to continue it.
Okay. Commissioner Hendricks.
This isn't the first time you've gone out and pursued grant funding, is it?
Correct.
And I just want to thank you for being proactive and going and getting that.
Is there any question? Commissioner Casanelli.
Thank you. So, confident you got the vehicle acquisition covered. What about the outfitting of that vehicle? We're gonna need to expense on.
So that appropriation is in the amount of Shayla Holmes, Director, Lyon County Human Services, for the record. The appropriation for that vehicle is $90,000. While working with the Sheriff's Department and writing that appropriation, that covers the vehicle and the outfitting of that vehicle, the supplies inside, the laptops, the stuff that they know that they need inside that. It also includes the cost for a custom wrap. So that vehicle will look like a Sheriff's Department vehicle, but different than your typical responding deputy. So that way it is clear that it is a behavioral health crisis response, which we're really excited about that on that vehicle side. So the only items not covered would be like your ongoing maintenance and fuel, but everything in regards to that vehicle, it will be ready to rock with that funding stream that's already approved.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other comments from the board? Is there any public comment? Seeing none in the room or none online, bring it back to the board for a motion.
Move to approve a grant award from the Nevada Department of Public Safety, Office of Criminal Justice Assistance, Burn State Crisis Intervention Program Formula Grant in the amount of $322,317 and allow Sheriff Brad Pope to sign the notice of subaward.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hendricks, second by Commissioner Casanelli. Did you have something else to say? Okay. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much.
Brings us to number 18B for possible action. Appoint up to 2 members to the Planning Commission with one term expiring December 31st, 2026, one term expiring December 31st, 2028. County Manager Andrew Haskin. I just know online some people were confused last time of how it works. This is an appointment by the chair with the vote of the commission.
Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Manager, that is correct. So NRS 278 sets forth the procedure for appointing new members to the Planning Commission. And as Chair Keller just mentioned, the chair is the one that makes the nomination, the selection, and then the board approves that selection.
Thank you. So last time I made a comment that we lost 2 members from Silver Springs. And so with all the stuff coming forward, we just approved a GID Power, Microsoft substations, Greenlink West going through there, a lot of stuff going on in Silver Springs. And now we've lost our local planning commissioners. So that's why I put the names before out that I did. So I'm bringing it back to today. I've got the list again. And if you guys want to hear from the members again, I'll run through that again. But I plan on putting out the same members again for appointment. So do you guys want to hear from the applicants again? Okay. Put out a Michael Irving from Silver Springs to be appointed to the term expiring December 31st, 2028.
Second.
But I don't think I need a second, but I received one. Those in favor say aye. Right? Aye. Those against?
Nay.
I didn't hear Commissioner Hockaday. Did you go yea or nay?
I'll go for the one Silver Springfield.
So the motion passes 4-0.
4-1.
4-1, excuse me. Thank you for the correction. And then I will put out Eric Nelson, Silver Springs, for till term expiring December 31st, 2026. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those against?
Nay.
Nay.
I'm going to go ahead and put out one more, and that's Jim Davis from Dayton.
Chair Keller, I apologize. We have to do public comment before the.
Oh, okay.
Get back.
Okay, so let me go back to public comment real quick, and then I'll just go back to the vote. So do we have any public comment? Leah Wilkinson?
Yes, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, my comment is that the regulation from the county needs to be changed because the current regulation in appointment gives unfair weight to the county commissioner chair, whoever that might be at any point in time. But this is not a fair procedure. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. And just for a statement, that's NRS, that's not county. That's not within our jurisdiction. So again, Michael Irving. I'm putting Michael Irving's name out. Those in favor say aye. 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 Those against? Nay. So the motion passed with Commissioner 4-1 with Commissioner Jacobson against. Eric Nelson. Those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those against?
One was a nay.
Nay.
Sorry, nay on that.
Nay.
Yeah, nay on that.
Clarifying, I think I heard it correctly. Commissioner Jacobson and Commissioner Casanelli and Commissioner Hockaday as nays and Commissioner Hendricks and Keller as ayes. So that fails. Then I went to Jim Davis. Those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those against?
Nay.
So those against was Commissioner Jacobson, Commissioner Hockaday. Those for Commissioner Hendricks, Commissioner Casanelli, and Commissioner Keller. And that passes. And that was for, the first one was for, till December 31st, 2028. Second one was December 31st, 2026. Brings us to number 19, human services.
Chair Keller, just want to make comment on 18B. I do not necessarily agree with the how I understand NRS says that you get to pick them and whatnot. But anytime we take out any conversation, any discussion, there's a good chance I'm gonna vote no. I think we had some very qualified people. And I don't know that we as a board have to discuss that fully. So it's disappointing to me that we sit on a pulpit sometimes and say, oh yeah, we do public participation after every item, we, this and that. And then sometimes when the rubber hits the road, we don't do that. And I've said my piece.
Thank you. And I would response to that a little bit. For one thing, I think every one of our candidates were good candidates this time. And so I appreciate that. And the one position is just to the end of the year. The one is because of the concerns I have in the Silver Springs area. And since it's my appointment, I have to do what I feel's best because I'm the only one making the appointment. So that's why I went the direction I did. So with that being said, I'm going to move on to 19A. For possible action, accept a grant award from the Nevada Department of Public Safety, Office of Criminal Justice Assistance for the fiscal year 27. I don't know how to pronounce it. Is it Byron,
maybe? No.
Oh, okay, you're responsible for it. For fiscal year 27, Burn State Crisis Intervention Program Formula Grant. Yes, Skip in the amount of $360,572. Human Services Director Shayla Holmes.
This is the last 10 years are going to get me today, I promise. Dr. Shayla Holmes, Director, Lyon County Human Services. For the record, this is in conjunction with what you heard from the Sheriff's Department. It is the same funding stream, a separate award, one for Human Services to fund 2 clinicians. We're really excited because we are losing 2 funding streams. And this one funding stream is going to be for those 2 funding streams. So that makes it a little bit easier on our side. It's going to fund a clinician for our youth crisis response, which is in partnership with our student resource officers, generally speaking at the schools. And then also for our most mobile outreach safety team clinician responding with a deputy in the community. Both programs that are existing, funding was ending. This will ensure they continue on.
Any questions or comments for Dr. Holmes? Is there any public comment? Bring it back to the board for a motion.
I'll move to accept a grant from the Nevada Department of Public Safety, Office of Criminal Justice Assistance for the fiscal year 27 Burn State Crisis Intervention Program Formula Grant SCIP in the amount of $360,572.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Casanelli, second by Commissioner Hockaday. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Brings us to number 20, facilities. For possible action, accept the donation of 2 sculptures for the Silver City Park from the Silver City Preservation Society and approve the use of up to $4,000 of park construction tax for the installation in a location to be determined by the county. Mr. Homestead.
Yeah, I'm in my office right now. She's there to present for that item. And I'm here for any backup you might need.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Meg Burns from Silver City Preservation Society. Nice to see you again. We're excited about the sculptures that are being donated from the Dust and Wonder project associated with the Nevada Travel. I have Eric Brooks here from Dust and Wonder. I want to give a little lowdown and You can get the pictures up.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Brooks. I am the Arts and Culture Program Director for Visit Carson City. I'm also the president of the Dust and Wonder Trail. To give you a quick recap, because this project we could be here for the rest of the day on. This started about 4 years ago, and my predecessor wrote a grant to Travel Nevada for a new initiative called 3D Development, Destination Development. I then began this position and wrote the grant. We were awarded just over $600,000 to implement a 10-year plan using arts, history, and culture to combine Carson Valley, Carson City, Virginia City, Silver City, and Gold Hill as one destination. This is primarily looking at a tourism bent, but also definitely an improvement for everyone who lives in the area. So it has a lot of educational value to it. So the first 2 years of this project is infrastructure, and again, using art, history, and culture. So we came up with the idea of using railroad spikes as wayfinding signage and information for those. Primarily right now, we're doing historical locations, but we were able to work with 2 different artists. This was the first one that was made. It's a demo piece. The rest have, for Carson City, have been created and were installed this week. The next phase will be the ones for Virginia City, Silver City, Carson Valley. I'm sorry, Gold Hill, and then the next third phase will be for Carson Valley. The railroad is the one thing that really tied those 3 destinations together with the V&T Railroad. It was completed in 1869. The Transcontinental Railroad was also completed in 1869, which connected the entire country. So we used one word in the front to be an identifier of each location. In this case, this went to Brewery Art Center, so they used art. And then for each of the other 3 sides, we did a translation. Primarily Carson City are Washoe, Paiute, and Shoshone. We're working with all 3 tribes on that. When we get up into the hills, lots of different languages influence the time of the turn of the century and the Comstock Lode, and down in Carson Valley, the agricultural boom that was going on. So we're working with translations in Welsh, Italian, French, German, Chinese, and there's one more I'm missing, but lots of, and Spanish and Basque. So we'll try to be inclusive as possible, getting everyone in our community involved to have a little bit of stake in this. Along with these 27 smaller wayfinding signs, then there's a blurb on top and then a QR code that goes to the online digital map. So along with these small ones, we're also doing 3 12-foot railroad spikes that'll look a little bit differently than this. Those are being fabricated by a local artist as well. Those will be located at the terminus points, more or less. So Southern Minden Mill in the north, in Virginia City, the V&T Depot, and then in Carson City, Eastgate Depot, where the, yes.
Did you say 12 feet tall?
12 feet.
Not the one for source.
No, I just want to give you the big picture. So for Silver City, it will be a 4-foot one. And then the big piece of the project is the world's tallest railroad spike, which will be going into Nevada State Railroad Museum this fall. At 69 feet tall, again, a reference to 1869. So we have the big one that will be the hook for people to come see, and then they're going to get that digital map. And this is where people are going to spread out and be able to explore our amazing area. And we'll get tons of traffic up into some of the smaller places like Silver City. So economic boom for the creative economy is what we're looking for, along with that educational aspect. So lots of different moving parts with this project. And we've had a lot of amazing partners such as Meg here. So we're proposing to put in this 4-foot interpretive railroad spike sculpture at Silver City Schoolhouse. And then along with that, we had some extra funding that was earmarked for public art. And so we wanted to extend a secondary sculpture. We only had budget for 2 of those. One would be Silver City Schoolhouse and then one at St. Mary's Art Center. So I'm here for any questions. Happy to talk about the railroad as much as you'd like today. Otherwise, I'll turn it back over to Meg.
Any questions for Eric?
Any questions from the vote?
I just have a quick comment. I know that Preservation Society and you guys worked really hard on this project, put a lot of time into it, and I went through a lot of the artist discussion, and I just want to say I fully support this project.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hendricks.
And thank you for being so patient all day long. It was interesting. Meg Burns, Silver City Preservation Society.
Yeah, so that's the railroad spike, and actually the locations of both sculptures were, we had a lot of community input and we have choices for those spots. The sculpture, if you could bring up the sketch of the other sculpture that we were granted. If it can get any bigger, that'd be great. This is just a sketch of one side. It's going to be a four-sided obelisk with, and the sketch doesn't really do it justice because it's going to be sculptural. It'll be bas relief of each element. It's going to be a little less than 8 feet tall from top to bottom. And it's made of concrete with that. The construction techniques, the artist sculptural technique is really interesting because he does he forms the different elements of the sculpture, which have all kinds of historical and local cultural influence out of paper, handmade paper that he's colored, and that goes into another form. The concrete then goes onto it, and the colored paper imbues the concrete somehow. I don't know exactly how. And so the whole thing is made of concrete. And should have given you the website because his work is fantastically beautiful. But if you want to look it up, it's hiddensprings.com. And anyway, so that's one, and we we're really excited about it, and we would like to put it. We wanted to put it in the grassy area where the picnic tables are in Silver City Park. I don't know if you're familiar. But after the Parks Commission meeting where we presented to them and they recommended approval, they didn't want it to be on a grassy area because of irrigation issues. So I met with Judge up there on Friday, and we went and he pointed out some sites that would be acceptable. And this is the one that the most people wanted. So you can see it's that gravel area that's just outside the northwest entrance to the schoolhouse. And it would be a visual, this is an exciting visual addition to our area. And as you can see, there's nothing going on there now. So that's where we'd like it to be. The railroad spike, that if you could show the Google map one. See that one that shows? Did I send that to you? There was one, it was like a plan view of the area. These were all mixed. There. You can see. In the upper right at the intersection of 2nd Street and High Street, there's a gate that goes into the park there. And just inside that gate is where we'd like to have the railroad spike sculpture go. The Parks Board also recommended to approve the use of up to $4,000 for the installation. So that's basically our hopes and requests today. Any questions?
Any questions or comments from the board?
Thank you for everything.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Okay, we'll go to public comment. Seeing none, bring it back to the board for a motion.
I'll move to accept the donation of 2 sculptures to the Silver City Park from Silver City Preservation Society and approve the use of up to $4,000 of park construction tax for the installation in a location to be determined by the county.
Second.
Well, motion by Commissioner Casanelli, second by Commissioner Hendricks. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes 5-0. You guys can stay. 20B, approves the use of $5,000 from park construction tax for the materials to close in the generator shed at the Dressler Park Arena. Facilities Director Doug Homestead.
Got to finish the job.
Director Homestead.
Yes, I just got unmuted. I was waiting to get unmuted. Doug Homestead, Facility Director for the record. Yeah, they built the structure a while back. This Smith Valley High School egg students generously built the structure with the material we bought. And now they'd just like to enclose it to just help preserve the emergency generator that they have there for the arena.
Any questions or comments from the board? Any public comment? Bring it back to the board for motion.
Move to approve the use of 5,000 from park construction tax for the materials needed to close the generator, close in the generator shed at the Dressler Park Arena.
Second. We have a motion by Commissioner Hockaday, second by Commissioner Casanelli. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes 5-0. 20C for possible action, approve a request to spend up to 5,000 from park construction tax on purchasing commercial picnic tables for Dressler Park. Facilities Director Doug Homestead.
Yeah, they need some more picnic tables up there, and we thought we'd best buy metal ones that are a little harder to cart off the property, and maybe we'll attach them to the ground somehow. And so they've wanted to authorize me to spend up to $5,000 to buy up to 5 these picnic tables.
I have one question. Are you going to pull a slab and then just bolt them to the slab, or?
I'm not sure yet if we're gonna, because we might just use some type of screw down device, like for trailers and stuff, or we might pour a pier and hook it to that, chain it to that, just in case they want to move it. It won't be that hard to dig something up and move it to another air location.
Questions or comments on the board?
Just that, we lost the benches, someone walked off with them, and so we definitely have to get some places for people to sit. And I've kind of mentioned that I'll go over with the tractor and dig a big 14, 15-foot hole in the ground. We can fill that with concrete. I don't think anybody will take it away, but we definitely need to do something to keep the items from disappearing.
Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, bring it back to the board for motion.
Anyone move to approve a request to spend up to 5,000 from park construction tax and purchasing commercial picnic tables for Dressler Park.
Do I have a second?
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Hockaday, second by Commissioner Casanelli. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go ahead and break for 5 minutes. I believe we're on 21A. Approve the management pay plan for fiscal years 2027 and 2028. Human Resources Director Ben Evans.
Good afternoon, Ben Evans, HR Director for the record. There is a slight update to the document that I provided to the rest of you. This afternoon, our lovely and wonderful Emergency Management and Government Affairs Director noticed her position was not listed in the Director 2 category on page 2. So I'd like to formally if we can add the Emergency Management and Government Affairs Director position to this document, which I'll then update and send to y'all if you would like as well. Other than that, I'm available for any questions if you have any.
We're going to have a lot of discussion on this one. Any comments or questions from the board? Any public comment? Seeing none.
Was that correction listed in here?
No, sir, we discovered that roughly an hour ago, actually, and so I had it marked on my pen.
Guess my point is would they have to come back at our next meeting and actually be listed in paperwork?
That's a fantastic question.
I think that's a good point. I think it does have to. Or is it existing now?
Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Manager, it doesn't have to come back. It's an existing pay scale. It just was not included in that draft that made it into the board packet.
So does it affect them anyway?
No, sir.
Well, then why not bring it back?
Josh for Lyon County Comptroller, just to clarify, her position when it was created by the Board of County Commissioners, the board put her in the D2 category, so it's all strictly a clerical thing. We can definitely bring it back, but the problem is before your next meeting, we have to have a pays processed, and so that's why we prefer if the board will classify it as a clerical change. It literally is not changing her position or her classification, it's just including her position on this document.
I understand that. I just know that we have people watching our open meeting law stuff, and I want to make sure that a person who we value very much doesn't get caught in crosshairs of something that we can fix work-wise in 2 weeks. So that's all.
Understood.
Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Manager, we'll just bring it back at the next meeting.
Easy peasy, and it shouldn't affect your pay, right?
Well,
And if it does, just bring it back with whatever we owe and back pay, and we'll go from there.
we'll make it work.
I just know we have people watching, so I'd rather do it right.
So I'm getting a motion from Commissioner Jacobson to bring back to the next meeting.
Well, I make a motion that we approve the management pay plan for fiscal years 2027-28 as presented, bringing back one position in 2 weeks for review. Or approval, I should say.
I'll second that.
We have a motion by Commissioner Jacobson, second by Commissioner Hockaday. We're all good with that from everybody? Did I go to public comment on this one? Need to go to public comment? Seeing none, bring it back to the board for the vote. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Brings us to 21B for possible action, accept a reimbursement grant in the amount of $4,256 from PullPack for HR personnel to attend an administrative workplace investigation training and certification conference. Human Resources Director Ben Evans.
Ben Evans, HR Director for the record. The conference scheduled is for December 7th through December 11th of this year in Las Vegas for workplace investigations, certification and training. It's available for any questions if y'all have any.
Any questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, we'll go to public comment. Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
Move to accept a reimbursement grant in the amount of $4,256 from PullPack for HR personnel to attend an administrative workplace investigation training and certification conference.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Hendricks, seconded by Commissioner Jacobson. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Brings us to number 22, Comptroller for possible action. Approve an election to receive a payment from the Forest Service payments or states for secure rural schools starting in fiscal year 2026 and elected distribution allocation of 15 to 20% of federal secure rural schools funding to Title II and or Title III funding. Comptroller Josh Foley.
Josh Fuller, Lyon County Council for the record. Some of you probably know more about this than I do, but I will give you my understanding of this. We have an election to choose between the 1908 formula funding, which is the county receives what is generated on federal lands within the county, or SRS funding. For Lyon County, SRS funding is significantly higher than what is generated in our county. So we have always, since I've been here, chosen SRS when it was available. And it's available at this point. So our recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners is to elect SRS funding in lieu instead of the 1908 funding. And then just so you're aware, if for some reason SRS isn't renewed in the future, we would at a minimum receive the 1908 payment of what's generated in our county. That's the way this legislation works. And then after you've elected SRS, then you have an option to allocate between 15 to 20% between Title II and Title III costs. Our county traditionally has allocated only 15% and put that 15% into Title II because we're required to do either Title II or a combination of Title II and Title III. The rationale the commissioners have used for not funding Title III is some of that money goes for fire prevention, some of that money goes for search and rescue activities, but it robs what goes into the school district and it robs what goes into the county road fund, whatever you put into Title III. So we traditionally, as a board, the election has been to do the minimum amount of 15%, allocated all to Title II, nothing to Title III, and what would have gone into Title III, you essentially keep and fund your road department and fund your school district with that funding. And that was the rationale for doing that election. So recommendation to you from staff at this point is to elect us or to take the SRS distribution and allocate 15% of the funding to Title II and 0% to Title III.
Question is, did this change from the last time that we did this?
It has not changed. It's a new appropriation. So this is what we have.
It's still the same way that it was in the past. They didn't put in and change the wording or anything.
Not to my understanding.
Okay. Any questions or comments from the board? Any public comment? I'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
I'll try it. Move to elect to receive secure rural schools starting in federal fiscal year 2026 and elect a distribution allocation of 15% of SRS funding to Title II.
Does she have to say none to three?
I would recommend adding
to 3.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Hendricks, second by Commissioner Casanelli. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. 23A, for possible action, approve a resolution declaring an emergency for Lyon County due to flooding and mudslides. Emergency Management and Government Affairs Director Taylor Allison.
Thank you. For the record, Taylor Allison, Lyon County Emergency Management and Government Affairs Director. I'll try and be as brief as possible, but also want to give a quick overview of what happened as well as why we're here today, considering a possible emergency declaration. As you're all well aware, on the evening of Friday, June 19th, Lyon County experienced significant localized flooding, particularly to the Stagecoach area, which was most impacted, but some other localized areas, for example, Hoy Canyon and Smith Valley, which has reoccurring mudslide flood issues, and this certainly didn't help. Initial reports were that in the Stagecoach area, we saw approximately 2 inches of rain, which is what County Manager Haskin reported in earlier. I did receive some updated information from the National Weather Service. So we had 2 distinct rounds of precipitation. The first one, lighter period of rain, essentially primed the ground for potential mudslides and debris, saturated the soils. And as part of that storm, the lighter rainfall, we got about a half an inch, 0.7 inches over the hill slopes by above Stagecoach. And then followed by a much more intense storm cell which produced an inch, another inch to inch and a half in other areas. We do have a couple homeowner weather stations in Stagecoach that recorded, one measured 0.54 inches in 15 minutes and the other one 0.63 inches in 15 minutes. So these were very significant rapid runoff events, not like the planned snow melt runoff events that we had some warning, an atmospheric river is coming. This is truly a no notice heavy rainfall flash flood. So we were looking at total 1.13 inches up to 1.5 inches just within the hour. Very significant event. Caused extensive erosion, debris, roadway damage, impacts to public utilities in the affected area. I did want to thank the agencies that responded to the flash flooding events, including Central Lyon Fire, the Sheriff's Office, Dispatch, our Roads Department, NHB, NDOT, Stagecoach General Improvement District. Our county manager was in the area. We had a lot of hands on deck responding, and the work has not stopped since. We immediately have jumped into damage assessments and recovery of all the materials. Since then, our emergency management team, we've had on-site damage assessments with the State Office of Emergency Management, and already preliminarily have identified approximately $289,000 worth of damages across 20 public infrastructure sites, the most of those being roads. We have worked closely with the GID to identify water infrastructure that was impacted, including exposed transmission lines, buried high utility vaults, hydrants, and water meter boxes that have all been compromised from the flooding. To date, we've identified approximately 11.52 miles of roadway that requires debris removal, grading, ditch, and shoulder restoration. Most of the roads out there are chip seal roads, and we also had major damages to the chip seal that would require asphalt repairs at the intersections of Navajo and Apache and Cimarron, and Pueblo and Abilene, I believe. So there are some intersections not mentioned, but just to give you a few examples. So far, Lyon County Roads crews have removed an estimated 120 truckloads of debris, and we anticipate that to last for several weeks to months. There's just mud everywhere. Declaring a disaster at the county level is the first step in requiring additional state and federal resources. There's two pathways forward, one for public assistance, so governmental agencies and critical infrastructure reimbursement, and then another for individual assistance for private property owners. Nevada, unfortunately, has never received an individual assistance declaration for private property owners. We came close as part of the Caldor fire when folks were coming over from Lake Tahoe and were displaced by the thousands, but the thresholds are so high that other than small SBA low interest loans, there's very limited resources for the private property owners that have been impacted. We have been on site working through what options are available and having conversations with homeowners that have been affected or had any damages. So the county's threshold is based on a per capita minimum. It's roughly 276,000. So just our preliminary, we're over that. But we would also have to meet the state's damage threshold of a combined $6 million with Washoe County. They do anticipate reaching near $6 million worth of damages between Hidden Valley and the damages to the Truckee River. There was significant debris inundating the Truckee River, which will be the majority of that threshold if it's met. The state anticipates having a better idea or indicator with whether or not all the combined damages will meet that $6 million threshold by next week. So that's kind of an overview of what happened, where we are and where we're going. I just want to thank again everyone that responded, continued to respond. There's really not a whole lot you can do in those flash flood events other than folks shelter in place. You don't want to become a disaster within a disaster, and then quickly as it recedes, clear those roads and make sure they're passable and safe. And so overall, great job. And I'll take any questions.
Any questions or comments from the board?
Just wondering, did you have hail here? Because we had 1/4 inch in the Wellington area
Of hail.
of hail. Yeah, significant hail. I think that saved a lot of it in frozen water. We didn't get as much wash off of my property.
It was not reported in the Stagecoach area where we have the most damages. It was more like heavy rainfall, which pulled that mud and debris down the drainages.
I did notice that our culverts did a fantastic job in the Silver Springs area, but if we would add another one behind it, I don't know if it would have done so good because the silt buildup that happened, it was like, it's great for a one-time event. But then what? Has FEMA changed some of their policies so that we could get preventive money? Like if we document these places where it routinely floods, is there money for preventive action?
Taylor Allison, for the record, there is legislation working through the process to update this disaster recovery process. And ideally, that's how it would work in the future. It's a little backwards now. The more damages you have to meet thresholds almost sets you up for failure. That has not passed as of yet and made its way through down to local. So unfortunately, that's not available as part of this, where they will have a set formula based on the type of flooding you have, the number of infrastructure and people impacted, and just award you a set amount.
Yeah, because I know they were working on that preventive stuff, and certain areas, it's always going to happen in that area. The other ones, it's hit and miss all throughout the county, but I think Hard Canyon gets it quite a bit, and 6 Mile and some of these other areas.
I got a quick question. If we're rarely successful getting anything back for residential damage, is it counted in that $6 million threshold? Residential damage as well?
The private property is not included, as well as non-maintained roads, so we have not captured that in the initial damage indicator. However, we will request, even though it's typically denied, individual assistance for private property, as well as assistance such as SBA low interest loan option, which we were awarded as part of the 2023 major disaster declaration, and a couple private property owners took advantage of it to do mitigation on their properties.
Okay, so it does count towards.
I believe the threshold for the
was,
SBA is only one rural
Okay.
home. So I think, I mean, unless they've changed it, it's been kind of a moving target in the last year or so, but hopefully that would be an option if we meet the threshold. So we are including the private property damages. However, we're not optimistic that we'll be awarded anything.
Well, the day is getting kind of late, so I will bypass the reading of the resolution. Unless somebody wants to. I'm gonna go to public comment now. And seeing them, oh, we got some in the room. Behind you.
Sorry. I was looking at this.
I have to keep writing my name. Mandy Bernan, Stagecoach. I don't know if cleaning of the culverts, a lot of culverts in Stagecoach are completely full of silt right now, or almost full of silt. So I don't know if this funding would be needed for NDOT to come clean out those culverts, but there is a real concern that if we had another thunderstorm like today, those culverts are not functioning. So I'm not sure if we could request NDOT clean those, or if this would be part of that resolution. Thank you.
You can go ahead and run. Go ahead. If you're speaking, I'm not hearing you. Can't hear you, so we're gonna have to move on. Bring it back to the board for a motion.
Think that's okay, sure.
Go back to Taylor Allison.
Sorry, Taylor Allison, Emergency Management Director for the record. I just wanted to clarify the state's infrastructure. We did ask about NDOT and that frontage road, whether or not it was state owned. I know it's state maintained, but if it's part of a federal highway or if the frontage road would be included, that would increase the threshold, but that's still outstanding as to whether or not they're going to include it.
Any other comments or are we ready for a motion?
I'll move to approve resolution 26, declaring an emergency for Lyon County due to flooding and mudslides.
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Casanelli, second by Commissioner Hockaday. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah.
So, just touching on what Commissioner Hockaday said earlier, we never did ask, nobody was injured, correct? Okay, good.
Well, that brings us to 24A for possible action, discuss and provide direction to the county manager in regards to developing a bill draft resolution for the 2027 legislature, which may include discussion on possible topics for BDR, direction to staff to research and come back with information related to a possible BDR, and input from the public on possible topics for a BDR. The board may direct staff to prepare a resolution and bring back to the board for further consideration. Emergency Management Government Affairs Director, Taylor Allison.
Taylor Allison, again, for the record, I apologize, I missed the last meeting, but I wanted to give you a brief update on where we're at. So at previous meetings, we presented 2 proposals. We have not received any additional from those. Quick update on the 2 proposals we brought forward. Codifying the child welfare formula for child protective services, as well as the community benefits and development agreements. We're still very much researching those 2 as and feasible paths forward. The community benefits agreement concept is also being reviewed by Nevada NACO as a possible BDR for them to carry, as well as the Governor's Office of Economic Development and potential policy that they're reworking some of the abatement packages. And so I'm hoping by the next meeting to have more solid information, especially from GOED that we're waiting on before moving forward, as well as NACO's legislative committee will have met to determine the ranking for those BDRs. But certainly the second proposal is feasible as well. And Amy Hines-Sutherland from NACO has been assisting us in researching that one as well. So have not received any additional proposals at this time, but if you did have any that we can include in our list, I'm happy to take those.
Any questions, Commissioner Jefferson?
Thank you, Chair. The whole thing, when I was going through this, I was like, it seems like we complain about sometimes unfunded mandates, but then when it comes down to something like this, do we have some unfunded mandates right now that are really kind of burdensome, and we should be addressing that in something like this to get it funded? Is that something we could do? I don't know if there is. I mean, it seems like we talk about it, unfunded mandates, and then all of a sudden we come chance for us to maybe get some of those unfunded mandates taken care of, and we never do. So I don't know if there's something out there, but if there is, maybe we should consider something like that.
Taylor Allison, for the record, that is a great point. Unfunded mandates at the state legislative level is probably the #1 local government issue that we address during the legislative session. And if it would help, maybe we could do some research and bring back some of those things that we are required to do. I do know some of the things like assessment formulas. I had some conversations with JPO Chief Kirkley about funding formulas on our bed availability and the state uses of those that impact us. I know Comptroller Foley certainly has a wealth of knowledge when it comes to solutions forward. I'll just say on my emergency management hat, so there's a lot of conversations around the federal restructure and unfunded mandates for counties, and legislators choosing to move that BDR forward to not have to take up a county or a NACO bill. So we appreciate his support, and we'll share that too. So happy to bring back more. I know that's a broad umbrella.
I'm just, as I was going through my packet this week, I was like, maybe.
Just about every BDR, I think that we tracked had some sort of fiscal impact to the county. So I think that's our number one area of concern, Commissioner.
The horse is dead, I'll dismount.
You're good.
So
Shared concerns.
in the past, we're asking for some help with the fiscal problem, right? It's not unfunded mandate, because last time we did unfunded mandate, we have to watch for our wording, and especially when we're at the legislature saying unfunded mandates. Because last time that happened, they made sure that they were all funded, and they gave them to the county and said, you can raise taxes. And so they told us where we could raise taxes within our county to pay for their mandates. So I guess the wording is what I want to make sure that moving forward, we're just asking for assistance with those fiscal responsibilities. Any other questions, comments? Suggestions? Public comment. Go to Kahuna Harris one more time. Go ahead and unmute. See if we can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Oh, yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, sorry, I was having a problem with my Bluetooth earlier. So my name is Kaylina Harris. I do not live in Lyon County. I actually live in Carson City. But I do have my in-laws live in Lyon County, Stagecoach specifically, and they were heavily impacted by the flooding. So I heard earlier that the assistance you are applying for most likely will be denied for private property. Is there like a backup plan for residents if that is denied?
Since this is public comment and we're on the next agenda item, could I just recommend her contact the county manager's office? And if you could contact the county manager's office, they might be able to give you some more information.
Okay, I will do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Is there any recommendations? Anything? Yeah, that was for possible action. We're not required to take action, so we'll move on to number 25A. For possible action, approve a contract with Dow LLC in the amount not to exceed $49,000 to provide on-call professional engineering and surveying services in support of the utilities department. Services may include assistance with water systems, sewer and effluent disposal systems, and other related projects and tasks as authorized in writing by the utilities department. Utilities Director Sean Sinclair.
Good afternoon, Sean Sinclair, Utilities Director for the record. This contract will just allow Dow to continue these services with us to support us with our water and sewer needs that we may have.
Any questions or comments from the board? Any public comment? Seeing none in the room, none online, bring it back to the board for a motion.
I'll move to approve a contract with Dow LLC in an amount not to exceed $49,000 to provide on-call professional engineering and surveying services in support of the utilities department services, and may include assistance with water systems, sewer and effluent disposal systems, and other related projects and tasks as authorized in writing by the utilities department.
Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Hockaday, second by Commissioner Casanelli. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Right.
Motion passes 5-0. 25B for possible action, approve a contract with Lewis and Associates in the amount not to exceed $45,700 for the preparation of bid documents, contractor bid solicitation and selection, and construction management and inspection services for the lift station 1 coating project. Utilities Director, Sean Sinclair.
Good afternoon, Sean Sinclair, Utilities Director for the record. This is actually going to be a pretty neat project if approved. This is one of our older lift stations in the area, and it's actually near the Carson River. So we're looking to get this work completed. And step one is doing this process with Loomis and Associates. Again, this lift station was actually built in 1978, so it is currently our oldest lift station. And a part of this, we're going to rehab the line that's under the Carson River. Be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any comments or questions from the board? Commissioner Jacobson.
So I assume that since it's 1978, that's been a possible solution to some issues in the past. As far as getting rid of effluent, or is that not part of this?
No, that's not part of this. This is a influent lift station, so raw sewage. So no effluent component to this at all.
At any rate, nice job bringing, rehabilitating something that still maybe has some life in it.
It's getting there. Thank you, sir.
I mean, some of us were born way before 1978, so.
Question.
Commissioner Casanelli.
Thank you. So I visited that lift station and so this does include replacing the line across the river?
No, we would
No.
sleeve it.
Sleeve it, okay.
And what we're looking at is we're actually, as a part of this, we're looking at our master planning efforts. So this lift station is really deteriorating. So we want to get this in here. So in essence, it is temporary, but it'll be years. But this thing's to that point, really need to get something done. And then with the master planning, so we don't want to just completely rebuild that lift station because there is a chance that it might not go right there again. It's not in the best spot. So this will get us to where we need to get to, and then we can focus on the master planning and the final product.
So if we're sleeving it, we're not able to upsize the line then, right?
That's correct. That's
Okay.
correct. It will end up needing a new line.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments? Is there any public comment? Seeing none in the room, none online, bring it back for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve a contract with Loomis Associates in the amount not to exceed $45,700 for the preparation of bid documents, contractor bid solicitation, and selection and construction management and inspection services for the lift station 1 coating project.
Second.
Second.
Already had one. So motion was from Commissioner Jacobson, second by Commissioner Huckabee. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. We're going to recess to reconvene as the Silver Springs General Improvement District Board. Brings us to public participation. Is there any public participation? Seeing none. Move on to 27A, possible action, approve a contract with Atkins Realis in an amount not to exceed $191,000 for the preparation of bid documents, assistance with project bidding and contractor selection, construction administration and management services, and evaluation of the liner conditions, including recommendations for liner rehabilitation for the Silver Springs GID wastewater plant Sledge Pond 2 cleaning project. Utility Director Sean Sinclair.
Good afternoon, Sean Sinclair, Utility Director for the record. At the Silver Springs wastewater treatment plant, we have 2 sludge ponds that are currently in use. The last time these ponds were cleaned was in 2014, and they're currently reaching capacity. So we need to get in there and get that sludge out since it's been about 10 years since the last time they were cleaned.
Any questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, is there any public comment? Seeing none in the room or online, those bring it back to the board for a motion.
Move to approve a contract with Atkins Realis in an amount not to exceed $191,000 for the preparation of bid documents, assistance with project bidding and contractor selection, construction administration and management service, and evaluation of the liner condition, including recommendations for liner rehabilitation for the Silver Springs GID wastewater plant sludge pond 2 cleaning project.
Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Hendrick, second by Commissioner Hockaday. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Brings us back to public participation. Is there any public participation? 28.
28.
Seeing none in the room, none online. We'll adjourn to reconvene as the Lyon County Board of Commissioners. Is there any agenda request? Commissioner Hendricks.
Yeah, at the same time that Nevada NACO has their state conference, that will be in Lake Tahoe this year. National NACO, the Rural Energy Academy, has an energy symposium on the same dates, and I would prefer to go to that if I can, because I want to really stay on top of all the changes and advancements that are happening. So I'd like to have a request to bring that forward.
Do we have any other agenda requests? Okay, we'll move on to commissioner comments. We'll start off with Commissioner Jacobson this time.
Happy 4th of July to everybody. Happy 250 years USA. Friendliest 25.
Commissioner Hendricks.
What he said.
Commissioner Casanelli.
Happy and safe 4th to everyone. I know that Carson City, I know it's not Lyon County, but they are installing 2 huge garrison flags, one on the north end and one on the south end. Those are going to be dedicated over the 4th, and should be a pretty neat entry as you come into the city there. Otherwise, have a safe 4th.
Okay, I'm going to go back to Commissioner Hendricks.
Yeah, I just wanted to share with anyone who's interested on this board, the Nevada NACO Public Lands and Natural Resources Committee is having a big county data center forum on July 13th from, I think it's from 1 to 4, and that you can attend that by Zoom if you would like to, if anyone would like to attend it. I have the link and I can email it to you so that you can participate if you'd like to.
Thank you. Commissioner Hockaday.
Yeah, everybody be careful this weekend. I'm sure people will be out running around. Just remember Smith Valley has fireworks on tomorrow night, the 3rd, and we've got Yerington fireworks on the 4th, and I think fireworks up north. So I've got plenty of places to go and enjoy this holiday. Just be careful out there on the roads.
Thank you. And I'll just ditto everything that has been said, so I'll just move on to our last public participation. We'll start with the room first, and then we'll move on to online.
I have a record for signing in the most. Mandy Bernan, Stagecoach. I just wanted to talk about the Stagecoach drainage area master plan again. That was a very in-depth document. There was a lot of work that was put into it. Reading it does show why we're flooding, although this was an extraordinary flood event. So I know with the power lines, they made the statement that BLM did look at that. They did not. The ROD was signed on September 2nd, 24. Or September 9th, 24, and the Stagecoach master drainage master plan was signed on September 2nd, 24. So I don't know if it would just be worth having those contractors that completed that look at the lines in the master plan. I don't think they're going to impact it, but I know they do have a lot of drainage ways, roads. I would just hate to try to get funding to implement this drainage master plan, and the power lines have impacted those plans in some way. Thank you.
Thank you. Go online to Leo Wilkinson.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay. With no intention of offending our county leaders, only enlightening our leaders to some public opinion, I want to express the following. I speak to a lot of people across Lyon County, people who've lived here and love this county. And this is an important issue. Being a member of a church can be like being in a family with its deep traditions, a deep sense of spirituality. I myself am a Christian. But if church family members are frequently favored for county-related appointments, this can often feel or be perceived as nepotism to some members of the public in our county. And this is an important, just one important reason that we have to have separation of church and state. And in our county's case, we have to give the public the perception that everything is transparent and above board, and that being a part of a church family will not influence our decisions as county leaders. And I thank you for hearing this.
And I'll just finish off with saying that none of our documents ask for church affiliation in any way, shape, or form.
She was just using that as an analogy.
So we'll go to number 32. We're adjourned. No.